How's it going, everyone? We are live out here on Lake Mille Lacs. I'm out here with my buddy Matt from Amped Outdoors. He invited me out. He's like, hey, you should come out here. Let's get some fishing in. So you'll see him. He's got a camera over here. Got a camera on him. We got a camera on me. We've got the LiveScope on the screen right now. And we had a couple of fish come in earlier this morning. Matt caught one of them. It was a little walleye. And then I had a 2 hookups so far today, and I lost both of them in the water column. So trying to dial in my my actually getting them above the ice. But we've seen some stragglers come through. So hopefully we're going to get into some fish today. I'll let Matt introduce himself to my audience, but I know we're live on the Amped Outdoors channels on Facebook and YouTube, and we're also live on Alex Tim on YouTube, Facebook, and X Twitter. So,
hey, thanks, Alex. Yep, this is Matt Lardenois with Amped Outdoors. So we're hoping to get on some fish today. I actually came out here yesterday, kind of got set up and played around a little bit. It was pretty slow in the afternoon, but it sounds like our morning and hopefully afternoon bite will be pretty decent. But I really look forward to talking some ice fishing, product, gear, batteries, whatever you guys would like. I mean, feel free to throw questions in, and we'll tackle them as they come.
Yeah, so we each got laptops set up right now so we can see questions. So if you guys got questions, drop them in the chat. It can be anything, like Matt said. If you got Amped Outdoors questions, you got the best guy here to answer any of your questions around batteries and power. And then, of course, anything else, gear, tech, fishing. If you want hot tips on how to catch walleye, maybe we can give you those after we catch some. But right now, we've got both a dead stick down with a live minnow on it, and then we've got jigging rods right now. So let us know. Can you guys hear us just fine? We're using a little bit of a different mic setup. Hopefully it's clear for you and you can hear both of us. If you don't mind dropping in the comments, let us know. Josh Staples, good morning. Jammenberg, kids basketball this morning, then taking my 10-year-old out this afternoon. Still pretty frigid here in Nebraska. It is here too. I left the house this morning. It was -11 temperature, so definitely a little bit cool. Good morning, Thunder Snow, Kevin Love, John Zick, Andrew. What's good? Hope you're feeling better. Yes, I am. I was not feeling good a couple of weeks ago, but I am feeling good now, so that is awesome. Let's go. It's hammer time. Pay it forward. Yes, this is going to be one of those streams that's just going to be loaded with fish, I fully expect. Matt's going to catch all of them, and I'm just going to talk through the whole time. That's the plan. Paul says, good morning, Matt. Paul Kaufman.
Hey, Paul, hopefully you're out on the ice. I don't know if you got to go out with Brian. Brian and Paul made it to our Amped Outdoors annual get-together last week. So I know Brian's out on Mille Lacs today or headed out today. So if you're listening out there, Brian, hopefully you guys are doing well. Text me if you guys are getting anything or send us some pictures. We'll show them. But I know you're going to be out of a different area. Sounds like you had some choppy ice this morning out there, so you had to find a smooth spot. So I've seen a little bit of choppy ice out here. Alex, I don't know if you saw any of that, but yeah, it looked like there's some spots that probably with the thaw after having that choppy ice kind of smoothed them out a little bit, and that's kind of what we're fishing on right now.
Yep. Cool. Rod Johnson, what part of the lake are you on, and how busy is it?
So, you got something?
No, I thought so.
So, yeah, we're out of Hunters. Diddy Hunters Point. So I can't remember the access we came out of here, but they've got some roads open. I know yesterday they made a post that they've got a road that goes open to the mud now as well, past 3 Mile. We're actually on the first break. So we're fishing in about 16 feet of water, as you can see on the first break. Kind of hoping some fish come through here. And we've seen some marks that have been pretty decent size, so we're thinking 20 plus inches. Hopefully we can connect with one of those. And I know ice thickness, a lot of people ask. So yesterday I said about a foot of ice out here, and it looks to be about right. And with this cold weather, hopefully it just continues to grow.
Yes. Yeah, so good amount of ice out here. They got a couple plow trucks driving around out here too, so that is promising. Hopefully the next week or so here, they'll start letting more traffic out and getting further out on the lake. Pete Outdoors is saying -1 Fahrenheit, -20 wind chill on Lake Winnipeg this morning. Chilly one. We're colder here, though. I don't know about our wind chill here, though, but I know our temperature. Actually, you know what? Let me look. It was colder. It is now -3 Fahrenheit. But that sounds like some good weather out there, Pete. Hopefully that's a warm-up for you guys, so that way the fish are a little bit more active today. Good luck out there. I like that you're streaming us ice fishing while you're ice fishing. Love it. We've got jamming. What is the best position of your LiveScope transducer to see both lines? So I'm actually going to play around with this here once I get caught up on some of these introductory chats here, and then I'll let Matt take over, and I'm going to put it in forward. Right now, I've got it in down view. Matt, I don't know if you can see his. I don't know if it shows up on the screen. Oh, yeah, you can see. So he's got a perfect. Cool. All right, we had one camera go down, so we're going to get that back up here for you. I'll let Matt answer how he's got his LiveScope set up.
Yeah, so a lot of times fishing like this, I would fish down view, just being that we're in 16 feet of water. As you can see, I think you can see about 9 feet on each side in Alex's screen, which is not bad. With the forward view, how I have it is I can see about 7 feet in that direction, and in forward view, I have it set up to see about 23 feet out in this direction. So I like that because you can often, if you want, scan around and see fish out at a further distance, as well as, you know, fish come in and you miss them. You can kind of see if they're moving in another direction around the shack. But I just like having that little bit wider. Not necessarily wider view, because he's kind of got a wide view, view on each side, but you can see forward a little bit more. And with the LVS 34, I mean, it's a pretty clean image. I could go out pretty far. I might just test that out a little bit here, see how far out I can accurately read. But that seems to be, for me, that's what I prefer. I did that last weekend, and it seemed to work out pretty well. A lot of the other guys were running in down view, but that's just kind of one of my preferences.
I gather you won't be fishing outside today.
No.
Not today.
Yeah, I see some people out there, but I think it's just larger groups in other homes. They're putting some tip-ups out and everything, kind of spreading it out. But no, not an outdoor day. Not for me. Those hardcore guys. And it's that little bit of wind. It can get cold pretty quick. When you rent a house like this, it's nice and warm, 70 degrees in here. I'm not going to venture out. But same time, you're not chasing the fish. You're waiting for the fish to come to you or calling them in. So obviously getting out, drilling holes, using your forward-facing sonar to find fish is definitely a better approach. But in a nice warm house like this, so we're gonna stick in this spot and see how things go. We are up shallow, 16 feet of water. I mean, you could almost walk from shore here. So if you don't have a wheeler, because right now they're allowing wheelers, side by sides, and sleds out. Their trucks are out plowing. It could, I guess, technically hold vehicles, but they're not allowing that out. They want the roads to really get nice and solid, where they start allowing vehicle traffic out. They are allowing wheelhouses out. They have to be pulled out during daylight hours using wheelers. So they said that they are allowing those out, which is nice. Or if you want to walk out, obviously the first break in a lot of parts of this lake, not that hard to find. Pretty good bite in the morning and evening. We'll see how this goes here in the afternoon. and those wanting to get out on mud. I know they did say yesterday in the report, so the Nitty Hunters report on Facebook, he did a live segment in the afternoon kind of talking about ice conditions, and I'm sure some of the other resorts have done the same, but definitely check with your resort before you go out, see what they're allowing. Ice is growing pretty thick up here, and of course other nice big lakes in Minnesota are growing pretty fast. Last week we're on Winnie, and we had a good 13 inches of ice. We went out of the North Winnie axis, had 13 inches of ice, sort of wheelers out. They're starting to pull houses out with full-size vehicles. I'm sure by this weekend that's growing, because this last week's been pretty cold, so I'm sure it's growing up there. I'm sure you're starting to see more vehicle traffic in the northern part of Minnesota than you are around here. But it's just a matter of time. The camera up and running.
I got a different camera going, so we'll just roll with this for now.
Is the microphone on? Should I unmute mine?
No, you're good. I think let us know in the chat if you can hear us just fine. I think that everybody can hear us just fine. I think we're good from an audio standpoint if we're both unmuted.
Yeah, I know Kevin asked if you ever fish Mille Lacs. It's on your bucket list. It's a fun lake. I mean, maybe hit or miss. I mean, I like to come out here before they allow vehicle traffic. Once they start allowing vehicle traffic, I mean, on the weekends, you can see just trains of vehicles and wheelhouses coming out. And I think that really does slow down the bite. And you do have to get away from other people. That is key to this lake. But I think early ice on this lake has always been the best. Estimated runtime 14.8 volt 50 amp hours. So right now our 48 amp hour battery is what I'm using on a 106 SV. So the 106 SV is becoming more and more popular on the ice. I know there've been a lot of sales on them in years past. More people are upgrading to that larger size, and the 48 amp hours is a great battery. I ran mine all weekend, 3 days last week. Without charging. In fact, I just threw it on charge yesterday for about 5 hours and came back out here, and I'm still at about 14.5 volts. So 48 amp hour, honestly, is going to give you, let's see here, that's about 18 hours of operation. That's at full screen brightness. I run my screen brightness down a little bit. When you're in a house like this, you don't have to have your screen brightness. In fact, I could probably turn it down from where it's at right now. It's at 75%. Turning your screen brightness down will save a lot of battery, but I probably have put well over 20 hours on this battery without charging on a 48 amp hour. Even if you're running a 12-inch screen, it's probably the best route to go. A 30 amp hour battery with a 106 is about 10 to 12 hours of operation, and a 32 amp hour, we're seeing 12 plus hours. Pulses were loud and clear. Just got to see some rods bend. Yeah, we had a couple rod bends this morning, but Alex was using some pretty big shiners. Yeah, and I just don't think that he let them chomp, but I just don't think he got a really good hook in the lip on them, and they came off pretty quick.
This is true.
I got mine jigging. I had a tingler. They've been kind of finicky. Some of them that have come in have been, they see rattle or see any rapid motion and they're instantly gone. So I kind of went with more flashy and a tingler. And that one kind of surprised me out of nowhere. I was changing my dead stick and it just came up and I just did a slight raise and a pop. That was that small guy. Yeah, I'd love to see some rod bends. Let me see some other questions here. Hey, Corey Weaver, man. Hopefully it's down in Iowa. Hopefully the Iowa boys and girls are getting some ice. Have you guys heard about the shout out? Technical difficulty. Hey, Brian's out there on the ice. John Young. Batteries for diesel heaters. Maybe that's something we can get into as a topic, or diesel heaters. I don't know a whole lot about them, so Alex, maybe you know a little bit more about those. John Young was asking about that.
Yeah, so diesel heaters use quite a bit of power, but 12 volts all you need for it. So I would, I mean, if you're gonna use an amped battery, I would go with one of the bigger ones. It depends on how long you're gonna be out there. So you're probably gonna run through, I would say like a 30 amp hour will get you like 24 hours roughly. Again, it depends on the heat setting that you have it on, because it is forced air, so it takes a little bit more power. So what I would say is assume a 30 is going to get you through a day, and then obviously multiply it out. So either have ways to recharge that if you're going to be out ice camping or something like that, bring an extra battery or two, or I mean, Matt has bigger batteries too. What's your largest 12-volt battery?
So the largest 12 volts, 160 amp hours, and we've got them in between. So 30, 60, 80, 100 is probably one of the most popular batteries out there. We have a new dual purpose 130 amp hour battery, so it can be used as starting application. 130 amp hours, true 130 amp hours, so it can be used for deep cycle use for powering your electronics like everything else. It's more of a higher current battery, so we're going to see uses where we've had a lot of uses in those for ice houses. So for hydraulic lift, powering ice houses, all your electronics. Plus the 130 amp hour batteries have a built-in heater, so you can basically charge them below freezing. What it does is it accepts power from your charger to charge that or to heat that battery above freezing. Once it gets to about 50 degrees, it stops heating that battery pack, and with the standard charge on it, that battery will continue to stay above freezing. If it drops below a certain temperature, it takes some of the power. It's about a 5 amp power off of your charger to reheat that battery above freezing. So that's our new 130 amp hour dual purpose. Then we have that 160 amp hour battery. Both the 130 and 160 are group size 31, so they're standard battery packs. In fact, I got one here. This is our 130. It's our new guy. So standard group size 31. It's about 30 pounds. That will probably be powering me tonight. My laptop, equipment, internet. I'll have everything hooked up to that for power, because got to watch the Packers and Niners game. Go Pack, go!
Oh, the Packers. So if you don't get it, I'm a big Vikings fan. Matt, obviously living in Wisconsin, is a Packers fan. So I'm leaving before the game starts. That way we don't have any issues here.
There might be a lot of yelling tonight. Not high expectations, but we will take what we can get. Kind of like the way fishing has been today, right?
This is true.
We haven't had the highest of expectations. I was here most of the night, never really marked anything. As soon as the sun started coming up this morning, we're marking fish, caught that one. Had a couple of pretty good sized fish come in. Lost a couple on the dead stick. Because I know somebody asked about that. How has the fishing been? That's kind of the way it's been. It's been pretty slow here for the last hour and a half. Really haven't marked a whole lot coming in. So we can hope that changes a little bit. So no, did not really miss much. We landed one, had two hit, and lost about halfway up. Again, I think there was just too big of a shiner. Just did not get good hook in mouth. Have three of them. Yeah, 36 volt battery for your Quest. Yeah, that Quest. Seen a lot more people getting into the Quest from Minn Kota, brushless 36 volt trolling motor. Brushless have been around for a while, through other manufacturers like Garmin, Lowrance, and you see a pretty good efficiency boost once you get into a brushless trolling motor. Anywhere from about 20 to 30% more efficient than a traditional. So that's kind of the advantage of the brushless. And then Yeah, so we've got some 36 volt, 24 volt, and 36 volt. Because when you're running brushless, you can run in 24 and you can run 36 volt, and that's for any brand out there, which is kind of slick. So, it's kind of they don't have to make as many models for boats, because obviously if you've got one that'll work in 24 and 36, you only need to have the one model. And you could run any system you want. And we have dedicated 24 and 36 volt batteries for that. So it looks like you got 36 volt amps. Going to try them out. Yeah. Can't wait to add the 130, Corey says. Yeah. Put my inverter on a 60 amp hour deep cycle recharge batteries out in the ice. Yes, you can, Paul. In fact, that's what I have out here right now. I started that yesterday. I took a 60 amp hour, the same one I used last week, and to go live. I was able to run my laptop last night, do some work, catch up on emails and such, which is kind of nice. Power some stuff here in the shack. So I'll be using that. And then if that dies, I'm going to switch over to the 130. But yes, you can hook an inverter up to them. Like a 60 amp hour battery, you can have a 60 amp continuous discharge, which if you do the math, it's 12.8 times 60. And I can't remember how many watts that is, but that's the maximum, you can pull out of the inverter. So how thick is the ice? About a huge, that shack is huge. Yeah. I mean, it's about 12 inches of ice out here. This one sleeps 6. It's a skid house. They typically bring them out here. I think it's like 10 plus inches of ice. They start bringing them out in the lake, which obviously we've seen here this last week. Hopefully I'm not missing fish by not watching the screen. I want to deprive you.
Mine, and there's been nothing.
Okay. Amped Outdoors brushless hammer drill would tear it up. Yeah, I'm not getting into that. We've done some stuff with cordless drill batteries, and honestly, there's not a whole lot to doing cordless drill batteries, but Milwaukee and DeWalt, they make pretty darn good batteries. Like we can match them quality wise, but it would really be hard to produce something to sell to you and save you money over what DeWalt and Milwaukee and everybody else have. That's why you really haven't seen anybody else come out with them besides some cheap knockoffs online. But we've kind of ventured into that a little bit, just not really going there. I don't think stick with your Milwaukee and DeWalt batteries. They last longer than a lot of the cheap generic ones out there. They use extremely high quality components, and honestly, for the price that they offer them for, if you can find a good sale on them, snag them, because I can tell you that unless they're really producing them in masses, which I'm sure they are, they're about as best prices you're going to find. I can't make one for really much less. I have a Garmin 143 and custom shuttle LVS 32, 30 amp hour. Then I've had it run out of juice. Yeah, a 12-inch screen with a 30 amp hour battery. I'd say, it really depends on your settings, but maybe maximum 8 hours. 12-inch screen. So when you go from 9-inch screen to a 10-inch screen to a 12-inch screen, you really jump up in how much power they draw. So a 9-inch screen, for example, could be anywhere from 1 to 1.5 amps. A 10-inch screen can be like 2 to 2.5, and then it's like 3 to 3.5 amps to go to a 12-inch screen. So it's a small screen size difference, but actually 2 inches or 3-inch screen size difference. They have higher resolution. They draw a little bit more power. But if you're running that full screen brightness, it's really going to draw a lot. So typically in a 12-inch screen, I recommend like a 48 amp hour battery for ice, 32 minimum. 32 should give you 10 plus hours of operation on a 12-inch screen. And then if you can turn your screen brightness down like we can in here, that's probably one of the biggest killers of batteries, just having that at full screen brightness. Turn your screen brightness down, and you'll save a lot in operating time. 15 amp hour on Helix 5, yeah. There's a lot of Humminbird Helix 5, Helix 7 units out there. I'm surprised every show how many people come up asking batteries for that type of screen. 15 amp hour is always the way to go. You should be able to get close to 20 plus hours on either Helix 5 or Helix 7 with a 15 amp hour. So yeah, thank you guys for your support. Sounds like we got a lot of good support out there. So somebody say hello from Colorado. That's great. You got Winnipeg so far, Colorado. Anybody further away than that? Definitely let us know. All right, time to call them in.
Harley says, have a great day. Heading out to hit some ice on a local lake. Good luck, man.
Good luck.
Let us know who's getting out today. Who's trying to get out this weekend, I should say. It's Saturday, so we got today and tomorrow. Anybody else with fishable ice trying to get out? Let us know. I haven't seen any fish at all while you were going through those questions, and I was dealing with technical issues. It looks like the USB port on my camera decided to die. So we are using the webcam built into the laptop on this guy. So this is what we're rolling with today. The beauty of going live out on the lake. What I will do, though, is I'm going to flip the LiveScope into forward view so that way all of you guys can hopefully pick up a few more of our lines rather than just the two that I have. Hopefully we can see Mass as well. So let me do that. And it is a little quiet. So the morning bite, the little one that we did have, did end just a little bit ago. But we're expecting hopefully a midday bite to come in. We're going to be live for a little while here, so for sure, stick around if you want to see some of the fish caught that are going to happen. We're primarily targeting, ideally, walleye, but I mean, we're not going to complain if we get into some nice jumbo perch either. Nope. You can see we're towards the drop-off. If you look at the LiveScope that's on the screen here, you can see we're in about 14. Here, let me pull me off of here. Oh, no, that just screws everything up, doesn't it? Okay, so you can see on the left-hand side of the screen here, we're in about 14.5 feet based off of where my transducer is. And if I keep going down, you can see we get down to about 30 feet, almost about 130 feet out. So we're near a drop off. Let me see if I can go solo on this guy so you guys can see it here. What you're going to see about 2 feet away here, that's my line. Let me pull this range in a little bit because there's no reason to be that far out right now because we're not that deep. All right, so this is looking at 80 feet out, which you can see based off of the bottom that you can see there, the 80 foot on the left. We've got the gain at 65, and I'm just panning around here so you can see one of Matt's lines there at 12 feet out. You can see him with his jigging line right there going up and down. If I turn my gain up, that'll be easier to see. You can see him going up and down there. So that's where he is, about 12 feet from my pole. And I'm just spinning in a circle here just to pan and see, do we have any suspended fish in here that we're working with? And the answer is nothing suspended. There are some rocks on the bottom here, so they can be hugging bottom. That's where we've seen some fish already today show up for us, is hugging that bottom. And so that's where we can continue to look to hopefully pick some fish up off of. So I'm going to pull this range in since we know he's going to be 12 feet away from me. Let's go closer so that way we're bigger on the screen. And I wonder how many lines we can get on this thing. So he's got his jigging rod right there. I've got my dead stick over here. I doubt I'm going to get my jigging rod in a cone angle. Oh, maybe. No, not unless I go all the way down to the bottom. You can see at like 3 feet to the left, it kind of shows up. So this might not work as good as I was hoping. Here, we're getting echo. Are we? The audio? All right. I will do this.
This mic, because I'm like my laptop's unmuted for mic.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just muted mine. Actually, you know what we could do? All right, we'll fix the audio here. Give me 1 second.
Flew over Lake Michigan, had some echo. We will fix that. Brian's said it's pretty slow by him. Trying to get out this afternoon, definitely tomorrow. Ontario. Going out on the west side, Mille Lacs late this afternoon. Good luck on the west side. We're on the other side.
Try to do something with the audio here really quick. Make sure we're coming from. Oh, that actually should be good. All right, we should be golden. Audio should just be coming straight through our audio packs again.
Yeah. Zach asked if we're on the rocks. That was probably when you were scanning through. Yes, we are on rocks.
We are. So I think we can see. Well, I know we can see my dead stick. We can see my jigging rod here at 2 feet. So -2 is my dead stick. +2 is my jigging rod. I think we can see his dead stick line. Yep. And then I don't know if we can see your jigging rod though.
Yeah, I was kind of.
We're kind of in a weird layout to be in a line for LiveScope, but making it work. His screen's very clean. Not a lot of fish. So yeah, so let us know what questions you guys have in the chat. Who's getting out? Oh, John said we'll be putting 12 hours on the ice tomorrow. That's a long day. Where are you going, John? You don't need to share the lake name, obviously. Pete's saying he's just snowmobiling today. Big wind predicted on Lake Winnipeg today and tomorrow. Yeah, be safe out there.
Sounds like our echo is gone. Everyone's reporting.
Good deal, good deal. Awesome. Yes, he does need to share the lake name, Jammin. If only, right? I'll tell you what lake we're on here. It's also in the, I think the title and the thumbnail for the video. Mille Lacs. Mille Lacs is one of those lakes that I feel like in the summertime you can get on walleyes pretty easily. But winter out here is a whole nother beast. And I mean, the other thing too, right? I mean, we're in a hard-sided rental shack that is just sitting in one spot. So it's not like we can move the house around. But walleye are typically a lot harder to find out here in the winter. Unless you're ultra mobile and you're hunting them down, which we are not doing today.
Yeah, they're just letting people out in the mud for the first time, and it's one of those things. They're allowing some traffic out on here, so you're going to have some noise right now. You can tell. I mean, even 100 yards away when a vehicle is driving on the ice, you can feel it pop and crack, and it's loud. You know that's loud on the bottom of the lake, especially in under 20 feet of water. Local lake. So I like to hear a couple of things. So what do you like to use to call fish in? So I can tell you in this scenario, let's hear what you guys are thinking. In this scenario, we've had fish come in and any type of rattle, major movement, spooked them off. But I've been able to call, I think, a couple of fish in just by, jigging with like a tingler spoon. So what do you like to do to call fish in a situation like this? And in Mille Lacs, it's very, very, very clean and very clear lake. Like 16 feet off the bottom, I can actually sight fish and almost sight fish. I can see my jig down there flashing. Call fish and dynamite, yeah.
Yeah, typically loud spoons, right? Rattle are usually the things, banging it around a lot, hitting the bottom, making noise, making flash.
Lots of flash, yeah.
Try a blade bait. That's always an option. I'm going to put this back in down.
I had my jig and wrap going for a while. Now I'm back to Zach, your favorite tingler. A little here, fishy. Honest with you, I don't think that's ever worked for me. Doing the Bert and Ernie fishy.
No fish on the screen, even in down view. Fish whistle. Yeah, if only I had brought my fish whistle with. I left it at home this time. So I don't have one. Maybe Matt has one with.
Not. There's one for you.
Have you used that tool that lets you put rattles into a plastic on a minnow yet? I have not. I haven't even used the tool at all yet because when I got it, it was the end of the season, the open water season. And I think it's going to work better in the larger plastic. So for open water, typically ice fishing, if I use plastics, which I don't actually use that often, they're usually more of a finesse style or super finesse. And so I don't know if the rattle would work. But what you're saying is into a plastic on a minnow. Have I put a rattle in a minnow yet? I have not. That sounds cruel, but desperate times maybe call for desperate measures. Maybe one day we'll have to try it. I don't have it with, otherwise we would talk about it and debate it, but I don't even have it with. But I like where your head's at, thinking outside of the box. Have the minnow be a rattle as well. That'd be great. It would just rattle for you. What are you using for bait? Right now, I've got a shiner minnow on a dead stick, and I've got a crappie minnow head on a clam time bomb spoon on the left. What do you got right now, Matt?
I've got emerald shiner on a plain red hook, and then using the tingler with a fat head. Chris Berglund, how's it going, brother? Chris Berglund has the Fish's NWT with the Amped Outdoors boat. Probably one of the sexiest looking boats I've ever seen, brother. And the new one, this new wrap this year looks amazing.
I don't think I've seen the new one.
Pretty similar.
When did
to
he get it
last
on?
year.
When did he put it on?
Just this last week.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it then. I know last year's looked pretty sweet. I'd like to know, it looks like we got 90 people on right now. How many of you have fished Mille Lacs before? I'd be interested to know because I know some of you don't even live close to Minnesota. Just say me or something in the chat. Love to know who has gotten out here.
Here's kind of see it a little bit.
Ooh.
So you see that? Yeah, see that on the water?
Nice. I do like it. Yeah. Because last year's was more of a green on the wrap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this one's
the camo. Yeah,
Yep.
This has got the digital camo on it, and
that's nice.
got a few guys running very similar wraps this year. Never winter fished it, says Chris, but did well in tourneys in the summer out here.
Yeah. It's that walleye chop, right? You don't get that in the winter. It's frozen.
The walleye chop and the ability to move and locate the fish.
Exactly. Cruise around, find the fish, cast to them, drop down to them. It almost looks like I had something under my dead stick, but I think it's been sitting there a little while. I don't think I do.
Another rock.
Probably, because I changed the angle of the LiveScope, so I wonder if that's probably part of it. Yeah.
Start playing with your phones or find a distraction. That'll bring them in, right? Yeah, it always does. No, seriously, that's how my first one hit. I pulled my dead stick, change out the minnow, and of course, one races up and hits me when I'm not really paying attention. So, yep, that is true. That is true. Start playing with your phones. I think we're doing enough playing, looking at the screen and everything. We should have something coming through here.
Right?
Thank gosh.
Yeah, our goal hopefully was to catch lunch today. So again, the slot is 21 to 23. Each person gets one. So maybe we can limit out here today by each of us catching a fish within the slot. So, I mean, I'd love a PB too. What's your PB walleye right now?
My PB walleye through the ice is actually not the best. I think it's 27.5. So that was caught probably 15 years ago, one of the first times I ever went ice fishing up on Lake of the Woods. So I have had out of this lake a ton of 24 to 25s. But no, I am definitely known for my 17 to 20 inch fish, which in a lot of cases are really good eaters. But
Yep.
I have not had anything larger than 27.5.
That's still a really good fish.
Mm-hmm.
They're out here. Big ones are out here. I think the largest that I've caught on this lake is... I think the largest that I've caught on this lake is a 26.
Mm-hmm.
The largest walleyes that I've caught is on Lake of the Woods for sure. But I know there's big walleye. I mean, just look at what they do in the summer out here. The big ones are out here. They might be a little bit deeper than this right now, but they usually come up shallow when they're feeding, right? So hopefully that's going to happen here pretty soon. Like I said earlier this morning, we saw some cruising through, and they weren't just small ones. Like, they were good-sized marks we were seeing.
Oh, beef sticks for lunch? No, we're still planning on catching that fish. We got an hour and 15 minutes before noon, so we're going to catch that. We're going to catch that fish. But we did bring some hot dogs, and you got some jerky, and we got some backups. So
yeah,
guys. We're not going to starve out here.
No. We could always run to a store too and pick something up if we need to. But
what LiveScopes are we running?
So we're both running the LVS 34. You can see mine on the screen here. Matt's got his over there. I've got an 8610 GPS map screen, and he's got the 106 Ultra. So that's what we're running. LiveScope Plus, LVS 34. Ooh, Brian. 31.75 on Mille Lacs, October full moon about 12 years ago. That's awesome. Did you keep it or did you let it go? Did you mount it? Was it a mount one?
I thought I know it was a tournament fish, right? Like, wasn't it one of the old Lake State fishing get-togethers? If I'm not mistaken, I've heard that story. Brian, you'll have to let us know. But yeah, it's a pretty darn good fish out here. 31.75 on the Lacs.
It's big.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to change that this summer, Matt. Chris says he's going to change your PB.
Yeah, no. I fished with Chris in the shack I think it was last Saturday. We fished together, and I saw too many good pictures of fish that came out of that boat. So, yes, we will, Chris.
Love it. Thanks for teaming up with Minnesota Bass Heads.
Yep, MN Bass Heads. We are proud to team up with them this year. MTT, we're doing some work with. Do a lot of work with a lot of local, kayak clubs, fishing clubs. Love to help out a lot of the local Midwest groups. So, thank you guys for that opportunity. For setup on screens, I use a lot of. Alex, have you done a video in a while, or when was the last one you did like your setup?
No, that was 2 years ago. I got to do another one. Yeah.
Yeah, for ice fishing, that's a pretty good setup. So check out that video from Alex, and it's I've kind of gone to that, and then obviously every lake's going to be a little bit different. You can kind of fine tune it from there.
Heard McDonald's brought the filet-o back of Times Get Tough. Oh, they brought the filet of fish back. So if we want to eat fish and we're not catching any, we can go buy one at McDonald's. Yeah. Chris, you're probably right. It seems to be the way that it works. We'll crush once the cameras turn off. That's typically how it works. I was up, last live stream that I did was a few weeks ago over New Year's weekend. And it was rough fishing, 2 fish caught while we were live. But after the cameras turned off, the cameras didn't turn off. So that video's going to be posted here, I think, in the next couple of days here on the channel. So you'll be able to see it. But we got into some nice fish after that. So we were off live, but the cameras were still rolling. First time fishing Lake of the Woods. I got a fatty 26.5 right at the boat on a spoon. That's great. Yeah, it's such a nice body of water, and it goes so far north too. So you get them kind of roaming all the way around and throughout in that area, which is fun to see. Brian said he released that fish, that 31.5.
Yep, yeah, he caught that in the LSF fishing tournament. The old Lake State Fishing Forum site. Were you ever part of that?
I was not.
No, I think they're still around. I think they have a new, somebody new runs that. Obviously, Facebook kind of killed a lot of those online forum sites. But that was kind of fun. It was one of the only ones where you could go out and you could chat, like do live chat. So it's kind of like the old like America Online where they had like a chat room you could go into and talk fishing with everybody.
Oh, nice.
So you'd have Brad Hawthorne and Matt Brewer and Brian. I mean, that's where I met Brian and Paul, just chatting in there. And one day I think Brian just said, "Hey, I'm going up to Mille Lacs in the morning. You want to come with?" And boom, I went. And that was kind of fun chatting back in there back in the day. And they used to do some get-togethers up here. Shane says he's heading to the lake, 7-8 inches. Where you at, Shane?
Swapping out the dead stick minnow. That one didn't want to move too much. Get a lively one down there. Help attract some attention is the goal. Throw a little fat head down there.
Minnesota. Shane's from Minnesota. 7 to 8 inches of ice. You must be probably closer to the metro, mid part of the state, I'm guessing. Do we have any sucker minnows? No, you know what? I should have. I grabbed some shiners. I had some pretty large fat heads. I think there was a rainbow in there that I used last night that was mixed in, but I soaked that, I think, too long last night, drowned that bait out.
Either of you tried the jackknife jig for dead stick? I have not yet. Have you?
What's that?
Have you tried the jackknife jig for a dead stick?
I don't even know what that is.
Let me see if I can grab one. Maybe I'll tie one on. I've got to figure out where they are. So they came out they're from Acme. And they have it's like a jig with a hook on it, except it's got like a side hook coming off of the main hook. I don't know if and or where I would have those. I guess.
Corey Lever Outdoors, personal best, 29, open water, 34 and 3/8, caught through the ice last week on Winnie. Yeah, it was a beautiful fish, man. That was a thick fish. I'm a huge fan of Winnie. First time ever been out there was last year. Got to fish with Brian Brosdahl, and that was a treat itself, but got to do it again this year, and I'll tell you what, that lake is full of some healthy fish, a lot of great eaters. We were getting, a lot of them between 15 and 17 inch fish, very healthy, nice and thick. And of course, I think Bro caught like a 26 and a half. Corey, you caught that 23. In fact, 2 23-inch fish. Yeah, he made some great stuff. Matt's going fishing. You could bet there'd be a cold front. Yeah. Man, and that's the truth. I do a get together every year, and every single time I do it, cold front. So it does not fail. It does not fail. There's a cold front. I will find it.
Yeah, I can't find any of the jackknives. I don't know if I maybe left them at home, but I don't think I have any with. The thing that's goofy about the jackknives is since you've got that side hook, it doesn't really work very well in terms of putting it in a normal jig tray, because you can't like stick it really into the foam very well.
Favorite spoon and color for fishing Mille Lacs? I like a lot of, daytime like this, no clouds. I like a good gold, a lot of flash. I've done well in perch color jigs. I've done well. Dead stick plain red hook has always been good. That's kind of always been that, or my, the good old fashioned Gemini for dead stick.
I'm a like pink and gold.
Yep.
Love those colors the most.
Get some glow down there, low light hours.
Yep. But I think I got to switch something up here because this isn't working. Whatever I got going on. The dead stick minnow's moving a little bit. But I think I might need to switch up the jigging rod a little. Shane says he's catching big fish in 16. Nice. Well, we're not far from that. We're 15 and a half according to my screen.
15.8.
Yep.
Pretty similar. Yeah, a couple hour period this morning marked quite a bit of fish. So last night, like I said, I got here like around 3, and literally from 3 to 7. And to be honest with you, I was doing setup and all this stuff and eating. I don't know. I was, it's a long day, long week. So I kind of felt like I had a cold coming on. I was all stuffed up and I just didn't feel the best. No, I was not drinking besides water. So I kind of went to bed at around 7:30 and I put rattle reels down. Didn't have anything, but what the resort guys were saying, there's some other shacks obviously on this break line, and I think they said they had like a was it 11 p.m. or 10 to 11 p.m. They had quite a few.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. Kind of cool to hear. I wish I would have heard something. Now I was the only one up here, so only 2 lines down. But yeah, I mean that's a good night bite. I just didn't really get to hit it. So hopefully tonight, maybe see a good flurry of fish come through here as the Packers shock the world.
Yeah.
So I'll try it a little bit harder this morning. But yeah, we saw the most fish come through probably at 7:30 to 9 o'clock hour is when we had a pretty decent traffic, a lot of large marks. And I don't know, the ones you hooked up with probably could have been slot size, 21 to 23 inches as a slot. Could have been something a little bit larger. I mean, they were pretty good size on the screen.
They were good, and I was very disappointed that they didn't come up. But like Matt was saying earlier, I think part of the problem was I had a nice size shiner on for both of them, like a bigger shiner. And part of the problem with that is you'll get some of these fish that'll just hook onto the shiner, the minnow itself, and not the hook. Because I didn't feel that traditional, you set the hook, you can usually feel it with these ultra sensitive rods. You can usually feel it kind of pop in. And I didn't feel that. So I think it was just on the minnow, maybe barely on like the edge of the hook. And so when it got closer to the hole, it goes crazy and it got off both times. 2 different fish, several, I'd say maybe a half hour apart or something like that. So they were, we believed to be 2 different fish, but one of them like hit it and then got off, came back, hit it, and then got off. And we for sure were like, oh, he's done. He came back a 3rd time and I got him to like 2 feet below the ice and then he got off again. So it was an interesting one for sure. All right, we're trying something different here. We're going to try to tail hook a full minnow and see if we can't jig that. See if we can get that to happen for us.
It's a golden red spoon. Hopefully get some flash. Get something to come in on the screen.
Matt is going to Lake of the Woods on the 8th of February, fishing out of Arneson's. Nice. Have fun. Are they taking you out or are you going out of their access? I think at Arneson's, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they plow a road, right? You have to use tracked machines and skids only. Unless, of course, if you go out with them, they'll, I think, take you out in their machines. They're one of the nicer places up there I've heard. I've never gone out of their access before, though. Shane says he's only 2 hours from Mille Lacs Lake. Yeah. The lake that we're on, Lake Mille Lacs, yeah, it's pretty centrally located. It's 2 hours from the cities, so that's nice. Size matters, Glenn says, and try clipping a fin off your minnow. Yeah, I think one of the weird issues that we're running into today is we don't have the most active minnows in the world. And so like they go down and they act like, you know, they're going to swim around and make a little bit of commotion, but then they just stop and sit there. So we don't have what I think you're talking about is if they're swimming around too much and they're too active, it's harder for them to be caught. But that is a good tip. Thanks for bringing it up. Single red hook on your dead sticks or treble hooks? I've got treble hooks on a spoon.
Yeah, I got the single hook. Single red hook.
Single red hook.
Yeah.
Got Russ saying, getting my gear together as we speak, headed around here in a few. Tight lines. Yeah, tight lines to you too, man. Good luck. Everybody's going to come to Round Lake now, and they're going to find you. It's kind of a joke because I think there's, like, isn't Round Lake one of the most popular names of lakes in the country? Like, I think Minnesota probably has like 30 Round Lakes. I know there's one like 5 minutes from my house. It's a good bass lake, but I wouldn't go ice fishing on it. JY says, on my way to Round. Love it.
I don't know if I've ever fished on a Round Lake.
Really?
No.
You've had to have at least heard of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thunder Snow, 6-inch or 8-inch for mostly pan walleye. Are you talking the hole? Maybe the hole? I'm not sure what. If I'm targeting walleye, I mean, I don't think I even own a 6-inch auger, if that's what you're asking about. Personally, myself, I don't know about Matt. I have an 8 and a 10. I always use the 8. The 10 is only if I'm inside of a hard-sided shack and not moving. Because usually you get that drift under and then they close up. And it's just nice if you're ice camping to have that little bit bigger hole. But 6-inch is all you really need for panfish. Walleye, I think 8's nice. I'm not sure. What do you think, Matt? What do you use? What's your auger?
Yeah, so I've got a 6 and an 8. I like the 6 if you're going to be out pounding holes, especially panfish. I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's just, you know, it's faster, lighter. 8-inch, yeah, 8-inch if I'm going to be sitting in a situation like this where I have my, you know, I'm going to be hibernating in a shack just because it's just way too cold, like last weekend. I'll run an 8, just have a little bit bigger hole targeting walleye. Don't really think I've ever had an issue bringing a walleye through a 6-inch hole. But then again, you guys know that my biggest walleye through the ice is only 27, so it's not like I've had anything crazy. You'll have guys out there like I know Zach Westerman's on here. You know, he's a panfish. You know, what do you want to call it? Like tournament angler. All those guys are running. I mean, 6 inches is about as big as you're going to get. Biggest thing, like, you know, I need an 8-inch hole if I'm going to be using an LVS 34. You have to have that 8-inch hole. I mean, yeah, it'll fit down a 6, but trust me, if that hole gets any smaller throughout the day, depending on how long you have it down there, it's probably not the best solution. So a lot of those panfish guys I know are running the LVS 32 because they're fishing smaller holes. But yeah, typically if you're gonna have that LVS 34, at least an 8-inch.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that in terms of the transducer size. Yeah. Still waiting on ice in Ontario. How thick are we? I think Matt had said the guy told him like, what, a foot?
Yeah.
12 inches. But it's like anything, right? I mean, that's where we're sitting. You know, we go a mile out, you may only have 4 inches. Of course. Land of 10,000 lakes. Let's keep it real. It's like maybe 30 lakes and 9,970 puddles. That's good. What part of the lake are we fishing? Want to take that one, Matt?
Sure. East, yeah, so we're east side, so Hunter's Point, first break. So east side of the lake. Right now, yeah, first break, we're in about 16 feet of water. Sitting on some rocks. Brian, if you're still out there, let us know what depth and what it looks like by you, if you've caught anything, or where you're out of. Throw it up there in case you guys are having better luck than we are. Or if anybody else is on the lake right now, chime in, let us know. Land of 10,000 lakes. Apparently Wisconsin has more. Have you heard of that?
Wisconsin has more lakes than Minnesota?
More than Minnesota, but I think the way Wisconsin classifies, if I'm not mistaken, like Wisconsin classifies lakes different than Minnesota. So maybe some of the smaller lakes would or would not count. But yeah, say in northern Wisconsin, there are a ton.
Interesting.
Of lakes.
I have not heard that at all. Now I got to look into that.
Marking small perch, Brian says. Yeah, perch have been. We have not really marked any perch here. They said it's mainly been a walleye bite on this first break. The perch bite has been, from what I've heard, pretty good on the lake. A lot of sorting, but there are definitely some larger perch to be had. Gravel bottom. Edge of a flat, 18 feet of water, right in the transition out of Walk-On Bay. Walk-On Bay.
Oh, did you go out of Castles Resort, Brian, or do you go out of Beachside? I mean, there's a public access right there too. Can't believe I can't find this jackknife jig.
Corey's on the west side of Mille Lacs. Pretty slow this morning. Managed 3 walleyes, 1 keeper. Okay, good for you. So we should have had 3 fish, maybe a keeper.
Yeah.
It was that short window.
Just east out of Liebax. Okay. Thanks for letting me know why I don't ice fish. You know, a lot of what's great about ice fishing is just getting out away from civilization and population on land and just getting out in the middle of the water and just relaxing or doing whatever you want to do. Like, it's nice.
And to me, this is really, I don't know, it's kind of where you're not in a boat. It's like you're sitting in your house.
Yep.
And there's just, you have the opportunity to fish. I mean, I don't mind going out popping holes and chasing fish down, but when it's cold like this, just sitting in a house at 70 degrees, there's just nothing wrong with that. Even if the bite isn't the best.
Right.
It can definitely be relaxing. Good stress relief, right?
For sure.
Heading out to Deer Lake. I've heard there are a few deer lakes out there too. Probably not as many as Round.
Is Deer Lake in Deer River? Probably not. I don't know if I've heard of a Deer Lake before.
Canada has the most lakes. Yeah. Would agree. Canada's got some lakes.
Oh, yeah. So weird. Now it wants to work.
The USB.
Yeah. And I can wiggle it, and it's not bad. I don't know what the heck's going on. I'll have to figure that out another day. but we might be able to get it rolling again. Get you guys maybe a little bit better view of the holes too, and not just my ugly mug. Let's see what we can do. Maybe show you around this place a little bit. Give you a little something to look at while we wait for the fish to wander in. So we are hooked up to a wire, so I can't go far. But so this is one of the sleeper shacks out of Hunter's Point. And so you can see this is it a 6-man? Yeah. Yep. 6-man. So there's 2 beds here, bunks, front door that you can see there. You've got a window. They've got gas lights. So they've got gas lights and then, of course, gas heat. And then you can see there's 2 more bunks there and then 2 here. They actually have a ceiling fan and light. They don't provide the generator. You bring your own. And then they've got a nice little closet bathroom area, which is really nice. The thing that I like about it, because that's all kind of standard, but like the floors, like the ones that I've seen typically have troughs in them where you have like 3 different sides or 4 or multiple or even just 2 along the wall where they just auger holes in them. But they actually have catch covers in here. So they've got the nice plywood floor, carpet, and then they've got the catch cover holes. So you can see here, I've got my jigging rod here, my LiveScope, there's my screen, but that's the LiveScope hole, and then my dead stick. And then Matt over here has got his LiveScope in the end because he's in forward view, able to look across his holes there and then see backwards as well. And so he's got his jigging hole in the middle and then his dead stick hole on the right. So yeah. So now that I did that, hopefully the fish are as excited as you guys are, and they're going to come in and we're going to catch fish. Let's throw this back up here. Let's see how long this wants to work for. Actually, I might crack the window because I think it overheated before.
I can turn the heat down.
No, I think you're fine. It's just the camera gets hot when it streams. So I'm just going to crack this and set it out here.
Got to get going. Good luck. Thank you, JY. Come to Iowa. We have 10 lakes. No pressure issues here.
You mean you don't have a bunch of people fishing those 10 lakes?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little better.
Even if we just mark something coming through to get a little bit of my adrenaline going again.
Right?
Been a little slow. The propane lights throw off a lot of heat. Yeah, I think they throw off a decent amount of heat.
I think it's like 4,000 BTU, I want to say.
Yeah.
I think each one.
Clue. We got a few of them running. Probably don't have to have them running right now.
No.
But yeah, they throw off some heat, but the heater in here too, definitely enough to keep this. I'm going to turn a couple off so you can they get hot.
I'm going to leave these ones on since
the globes get pretty darn hot.
Open window.
Those.
So this is the fun part about ice fishing when you're not mobile, is you try to figure out, do I switch up my bait? Do I switch up my cadence? If moving's not an option, right? Because typically what I would do if I was mobile is I would come out here, I would maybe set up in a spot because earlier like there were fish. And if I was able to be mobile, I'd probably give it an hour and then I'd be moving and I wouldn't actually fully set back up until I found more fish. Then I'd set up. Then I give it an hour past the fish because typically something that I've seen is if you are moving, across the ice, a lot of times that can stir fish up too, especially if you're augering a hole. It happened in a couple videos that I did last year on the ice where I found the fish. So I augered my 3 holes. So I had my LiveScope and my 2 lines, and the fish went away. And if I waited 10 minutes, they all came back. But if I would have been impatient and said, oh, 5 minutes later, they're not here, I need to move, because maybe they're going in a circle or something, I would have missed out on those fish. So typically I'm the kind of guy, especially I always have too much gear that I bring with. I like to give it a little bit longer than that. So I give it about an hour and then I'll get moving again. But obviously today that's not an option for us. And we're on what should be a fairly decent spot. We just need the fish to come up, be hungry, and then we should be good to go.
Said this earlier today. One of the nicest things about LiveScope is knowing when you throw your minnow head, which I just did. So I could see that happen and know that I'm not wasting my time to grab another minnow head.
Let's see who's here in the chat. Check in if you haven't said hi yet. It looks like we got about 100 people on right now. Nice to see you all here. Thanks, JY, for stopping by. Got to get going. Good luck, man. Good luck to you, too, if you're going out fishing, hopefully. Do the propane lights throw a lot of? We already answered that one. So why do you need a fish locator if your LiveScope tells you the depth?
Need a fish locator if your LiveScope tells you the depth. As far as like, why do I have a Vexlar running? I mean, I love, I don't know, if I'm working, if I have, sorry. So if I am working a fish, I don't know, I still see a little bit of a delay with, you know, when you're running a LiveScope, there could be a little bit of that delay. And yeah, I kind of like to use Vexlar also, especially if I have something finicky. Kind of, I don't know, it's just more real time. You don't necessarily have to, but I know there are a lot of people that prefer or have both. I've got a lot of amp hour power here, so might as well use it if you got it, right?
There you go. Yeah, so what I'll say is, because there's a lot of people that prefer, like Matt was saying, both. Some people like to find the fish. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it. I'll kind of run through some of the things that I know. So one is, yes, you can get delay on your LiveScope screen. Typically what causes that is your noise rejection. So he's got his on high right now. I have mine on high right now. There is a tiny bit of interference that's amplified by us having 2 of our transducers going. We're not crossing beams until maybe 80 feet that way, I think is where our beams might cross. And so that helps. But typically, if your noise reject is higher, that is going to slow everything down because it has to process more of the image before it shows it to you. So that is causing that delay. The other thing to know is that each unit has to have a processor in it. And so there are different levels of units that have either slower processors or faster processors. So you can get their 8000 series is the fastest processors that they have. The new Ultra 2s have a faster processor than the Ultra 1s, which I think are now on the market as of like within the last month. The Ultra 2s were announced several months ago, but I think they're finally out now. And so as you step down, you get more of that leg as well. So those are typically how you see it. I run an 8610. It is the fastest processor that they have in the mobile chart plotter line. They do have a faster one in their 9000 series, but those are like flat surface mount that you'll see in, like, the screens start at like $10,000. So they're typically the ones that you're going to see in higher end water vessels. But yeah, so that's that aspect of it. Some people, even if they have the best screen in the world and they don't have lag issues or delay issues, they believe that the noise from the transducer hits that lateral line in the fish and scares them away. And so they prefer to locate fish, then turn off their transducer on their LiveScope, and then use a typical ice fishing transducer. So that's some people's method of thought. Some people are just like the circle, the round dial way of fishing. It's simpler, it's easier, it takes less power. Some people prefer that. And then, of course, portability. You can't beat, like, I think you said that's a 28 or it's a 30. It's the FLX 30 BB. So that's the highest end Vexilar that they have, right? So some people love being portable and hole hopping around if they know that fish are in the area, and that thing does a phenomenal job with it. It's a heck of a lot easier than moving your LiveScope pole and transducer and screen and all that around and hauling that around. So that's another aspect of it as well. Yeah. So those are some of the reasons that I've seen people do it, and why you may want to. I don't have a Vexilar. What I use is I have a smaller, I actually have two setups. So I have a 7-inch Garmin screen that I have hooked up to an ice fishing transducer. I call it my hole hop unit. I've got it just mounted to like a one of the blue Gens boxes. And then I also have a Striker 4, which is one of the smallest screens you can get from Garmin. And that works great with an ice fishing transducer too. Just to look at that dial screen, you can't beat how light that thing is. I usually only use those though when I'm like tip up fishing, because then I don't gotta bring the LiveScope out or have somebody inside tell me what depth I'm at. It's good to just set depth on those things. Or if you've got a couple guys out, you want another unit while everybody's kind of chasing around a school of crappie in a basin or something. It's a good question.
See, Tad's on. Welcome, Tad. Your brother was on here earlier. Think he might still be. Bob's headed up here next weekend. Good luck. Looks like it's going to warm up a little bit next week.
Yeah, that should hopefully help the bite. And it doesn't look like it'll be too warm, so I don't think we'll lose much ice. The nighttime still looks like it's cold. So that's good.
So my Coleman lantern will heat my ice tent for night fishing.
A Coleman lantern will heat my ice. If it's an insulated tent and you're bundled up and it's not that cold out, possibly. I don't like the Coleman lantern. I can't imagine it putting off too much heat. I mean, maybe a couple thousand BTU. So if you look at like the small like buddy heater, the portable buddy heater, that is a was it a 4,000 and 8,000 BTU, I want to say, or it's like 4.5 and 9. You could try it. Let us know how it works. Andy says, can you talk about ice fishing with plastics versus live bait and favorite lures for crappie and walleye? Yes, we can. Ice fishing with plastics versus live bait. I personally haven't had a ton of success in the past with plastics other than on a few occurrences. In fact, I was just talking to somebody yesterday. I'm going to be going out with them in March. And he has plastics. And so he has a tackle company where he has plastics and he has rods and stuff. And so we're going to go out and he's going to try to teach me how to fish better with plastics. The way that I understand it is it's a confidence thing. And I know there's ways to do it, but I'm a big live bait fan. How about you, Matt? Plastics versus live bait?
I'll use plastics, panfish. I mean, obviously not for walleye. I don't know. I don't use a ton of plastics through the ice, although I mainly walleye fish, so I do more game where you're using live bait. I know Tad and Zach are out there. I mean, if you guys have any pointers on it, they use a ton of plastics, but they're also tournament anglers, so you're not going to be rebaiting your hook between every single fish. You got to get that up, get that fish up, get back down, get another fish out the hole. It's a large numbers game. So Yeah, if you have any pointers, guys, feel free to throw that out there. There's there are a couple of guys that are on our staff that have done very well in the panfish tournament circuits. How about battery giveaway, man?
Yeah,
Gosh, we haven't talked about that once yet.
we haven't.
Because we haven't caught anything.
Is
right?
this the first question too? Yeah, first time it was asked.
Yes.
I love it. You guys are just so kind. You want to be here just to watch us look at a blank screen. We love it. We love it. Well, Matt, what do we want to do? Do you want to do? I say we like I'm doing the battery giveaway, and I'm not. Do you want to do one? Do we want to make sure we catch a fish first? How do you want to do it?
I'm not opposed. Should we just start off with a basic go like 15 amp hour battery and charger? And then when we catch that first fish, we'll bump it up to 30.
I think that works. So when are we doing the 15? What do you guys think? Drop in the chat. How should we do this? So Matt said when we catch our first fish, we're going to bump it up to a 30. But before that, potentially giving away a 15. What do you guys think? Based off time. First fish seen on the screen.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, but the thing is we haven't really even seen anything
right
in the last hour and a half.
That's a valid point.
So, and I had that last night, right? And then this morning, all of a sudden, this flurry of fish come in. So it's hard to say if we're going to see. I don't want to sit here for too long. Maybe we should put some time on it or something. Draw at noon, half an hour away.
Do the 30 on the first fish.
30 on the first fish, definitely.
First one to get a bite.
Plastic's all about movement, jigging, pulling away. Yeah, I'd love to see a fish on the screen even.
Oh.
It's just been that.
Well, how about this? We do a 15 amp hour battery with the charger in 15 minutes, or if we see a fish. And then first fish caught is a 30.
Done.
All right. We'll get it in there. You guys heard it. So 15 minutes from now. So we'll say 11:45 Central Time. We're giving away a 15 amp hour. Or earlier if we see a fish. That would be awesome. All right, let's see.
Let's rock it out.
Next giveaway.
Let's see a fish.
Once we see the next fish on the screen, or 11:45 a.m. Central. Putting a banner across the bottom so that you all know. And it is going to be winning an Amped Outdoors 15 amp hour LivePO4 battery and charger. Kaboom. All right. Now you all got to stick around for at least 15 more minutes if you want a chance at this thing. Maybe we're going to get one right now. Would be nice. Now my screen is the only one on the stream, so Matt will have to let us know if he sees a fish.
So I should be watching.
I mean, if you want.
Just purchased and will be out this week. I'm on the 9 SV and LES 32. Anytime on first setup use. Was your setup video for ice fishing? Work on that 9. I'm sure it's 93 SV, right?
With a 9 SV. That you must be saying a 93 SV? That would be my guess. Or I guess it could be a 92 or a 94. But yeah, if it's the 90 series, which I think is true, then yes. The video I put out 2 years ago, go ahead and check it out. It is, if you just type in on, you could even do it on Google. It shows up on Google too. Google or YouTube, best Garmin LiveScope settings, and it'll just be a thumbnail that says dialed in. You'll be able to find it. I highly recommend that video. Obviously, because I put it together, but gotten a lot of really good feedback on it. We'll put another one together this year too. I do still have a LDS 32 as well, and I like using that as well. But if I'm only using one, I use the 34. I don't remember if I did that video with the 32 or the 34, but check it out. Some of the settings have updated since then. Everything in that video is still dead on accurate, but there's some new settings that aren't in that video, which is why I probably need to update it. But yeah, you're going to love it, man. The biggest things that you're going to want to make sure you're always adjusting, specifically open water, is your gain. But even ice fishing, based on the time of day, in the structure that you're on, in the spot of the lake that you're on, your gain, of course, your range to be able to see how far wide and deep you're going to go. And then you've got a lot of other settings below that too that video goes through with you. The way it's going, you're never giving away the 30. Oh, well, hopefully you're wrong. We'll say that. We both want to get a fish. In fact, we're looking for that slot fish because we'd love to do a catch and cook out here today. So I'm gonna stay positive. It's still early. It's not even noon yet. We've got plenty of time. West Michigan Fishing says, take a dead minnow and smash or cut it up and chum the hole to help bring fish in. Also try a lot of aggressive jigging. So unfortunately in Minnesota, chumming is illegal, so we can't do that. But I like where your head's at.
Yeah, aggressive to call in. Yes. Once the fish seems to be, since this, with this cold front, a lot of aggressive jigging has caused a lot of fish to really be spooked. So, and we've noticed that this morning.
Yeah.
Slight little raise, they'll follow you up. Any jerk of that bait and it's gone. And it's the way it's been. Just realize you're an hour behind it. Yeah.
Yes. Darius, of course you're streaming today when I'm about to get on the lake. Hey, stream us while you're on the lake. Nothing wrong with that. Obla, fun name, says, how's the fishing been today? Well, this morning, so right around sunrise, a little bit after sunrise, there was a little bit of some fish that we saw come through. I had two of them coming up the water column, but they both got off. And I think that was primarily due to size of the hook versus the size of the minnow and the size of the fish combination. But Matt actually got a walleye up this morning before we went live on the stream, probably an hour and a half before we went live. So that was the morning window, and it didn't last long. What was that, like an hour maybe?
Hour and a half. Yeah,
hour and a half.
Yeah.
And so we're being told that there's maybe an okay midday bite. So it is about midday now. So we're hoping to get into something here. And then hopefully there'll be an evening bite tonight that Matt will get into. And then an overnight or late night bite. He can catch some fish on the rattle reels or something. So,
yeah, they said a good bite last night around 11 p.m. And I think they said that they're jigging them after 8 p.m. got some. And then at 11 p.m. they came through and were hitting the rattle reels. So it's not uncommon to have that 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. flurry of fish.
if you want to draw fish in on Mille Lacs, use a UV green slab wrap 2 feet off the bottom and rip it until one shows up. UV green is the color, huh? I might have to look here in a minute and see if I got anything that color. I don't think I have a slab wrap though.
Try anything once if what you're using is not working.
There we go. Can you guys hear? We got a fish on the screen looking at the dead stick right now. Matt went outside. I'm playing with the camera. Here we go. I'm not moving it because he came to the dead stick, so I don't want to jig it. I think you guys can hear. Okay, yeah, we're back. Okay, awesome. So let's get this guy. No, where's he going? Here, I'm going to move it down a little and see if he likes the movement of it. Here we go. I'm going to hold it steady. So I'm using a tuned-up custom rod dead stick. This is on a bait feeder, so if he takes it, it's open. Ah, he touched it and went away. This has got a shiner minnow on it. And he is gone. Oh, no, he's not.
You're saying there's a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
Come on.
Here we go. I'm just going to keep pulling up.
Oh,
Maybe he'll
coming up.
chase. He's chasing. Just keep it a little ways away from him. Maybe he'll just swim out of the hole. What is he doing? Oh, that was painful.
He's coming back.
Is he? Oh, he is. He is.
He ain't gonna give up.
Good. You're on it. It's hard to tell how big it is, but I'm thinking it's not very big.
I don't think that's small though.
I bet it's in the teens, I bet. He went down to the bottom. And again, this is the dead stick he's coming to. I got my jigging rod over here. There he is. You can see him down there. He's not really coming over to it.
Oh, he's up to me now.
Is he? He's over by you?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. He's over by Matt. I know you guys can't see his screen, but that's okay. He can. Let me drop this down, and then we're going to go see. He's underneath Matt. His jigging rod. Oh, He's going over to the dead stick.
Yep, he's coming up to the dead stick.
Oh, he looks like he might take that. Just doing some looking today.
Unless he's going back over to you. He's out of my sight.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Oh, he's coming up to my...
Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about the giveaway. We will do it, but we want to try to see if we can't get this fish. Because wouldn't it be nice if we upgraded this giveaway to a 30 amp hour?
I don't want to spook him.
It's on Matt's screen.
No,
I know you guys can't see.
He's heading back over by you.
He's heading back over here, he says. Oh, yep, he's coming to my jigging rod. Here we go.
Come on, that was... It's like that motion. Boom.
He's coming back to you, I think. Yep, he's back over by Matt. This fish isn't giving up. He's just rotating between our 4 lines. Oh, he's so close. He's gonna get Matt.
No.
Isn't it brutal? Just brutal. He's not on Matt's screen anymore. I know you guys can't see that. But he's not on mine either. We're going to give it a second here, see if he comes back.
Gosh, there's no way he's sticking around. That is unreal.
I mean, he checked out everything we had to offer.
He is back on yours. Just... Jeez. And the truck that just drove by completely spooked him.
Yeah, probably. Sounded like they were moving the house with us in it. Jeez. All right, well, yeah, so much for that. Okay, well, that was fun. Got some energy going, at least in this house. All right, let's do a giveaway. Let me get it set up here, and then what it's going to be, the way that I like to do these giveaways so that it's random for anybody that is here right now, is we are going to have a word that you're going to put into chat. And then we will actually, I'm going to change this. There we go. All right. So I am going to share my screen somehow. Share screen. Window. Boom. Here we go. We'll add it in. So hashtag amped is what you want to put in, just like you see on the screen here. Put hashtag amped into the comment section, and then in a few seconds here, or in a minute or whatever, we will go ahead and draw for who the winner is going to be for a 15 amp hour, Amped Outdoors, Life PO4 battery with a charger.
I believe right before you put that on there, ask how much ice we have. It's about a foot of ice here on Mille Lacs, not too far from shore. We're on the first break out of Hunters, so about a foot.
Hopefully that's like the start of our midday bite.
11:45 to 12:45. We see some fish like that.
Yep. Let it last for a few hours here. All right. If anybody else wants to get entered, put in hashtag amped into the chat. It looks like we got 54 entries so far, 56.7. You only need to put it in once. It'll only count one entry per person. It just eliminates duplicates. So 59. We'll give it another maybe 10 seconds, and then we're going to hit draw. All right, here we go. We made it to 60. We're going to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're drawing. Who's it going to be? The lucky winner of a 15 amp hour battery and charger, C-Dub Outdoors. Congratulations, C-Dub Outdoors. If you want to go ahead and how do you want to reach out to you?
Yeah. So send an email to us, sales, SALES, at ampedoutdoors.com. Say you're C-Dub Outdoors, and we'll get you that 15 amp hour battery sent out to you. So send us an email with your address, and we will get that shipped out to you. Congratulations.
Congrats. Thanks, Matt. That's awesome.
Would have been nice if it was a 30.
Right?
But
well, hopefully that's still coming here.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull this back off the screen so we can get back up to a full screen here with LiveScope and our beautiful faces. And so we're going to take that banner off. Congrats, C-Dub. We're going to hide this. We're going to create a new one that says next giveaway once we next giveaway on the next fish caught. Win a 30 amp hour Amped Outdoors battery. Boom. Congrats, C-Dub. Awesome, guys. Thanks. Matt, have you tried using night crawlers?
Who said that? Paul? Okay. We took a trip down to South Dakota many years ago. And, you know, you go into the bait shop, first trip to South Dakota, and you just have to ask, like, hey, what's been the hot bait? What are they biting on? And guy behind the counter is like, pretty sure night crawlers. And it was dead of winter, and so we know that was a bunch of nonsense. So I think we got our fat heads and we packed up and left. But yeah, it's been a running joke. What are they biting on? Night crawlers. So anyone caught a fish during the winter on a worm or night crawler? Not a wax worm. I'm talking leaf worm or night crawler. Chime in. Love to hear that story.
Congrats. How long you guys live for today? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully the fish start biting and we can't keep them off. Oh,
another one on the screen.
Matt's got one on the screen. Let's see if he can hook into it. That's a 30 amp hour sitting underneath this jig right now.
So I jigged my dead stick, just touched my dead stick, and it kind of went towards it, and then
it got
out
excited.
of the screen.
And she gone. See if she pops up over here. So yeah, I'm not sure how long we'll be live for today. We'll go for at least a little while longer here, and we'll just keep it going. I mean, if you guys are enjoying it, let us know in the chat. Let us know what you want to see, what you want to talk about. I mean, if you guys keep the energy going and want us to stay live, we definitely can for a while longer here. So just let us know what you guys want to do. We're out fishing, so we're having fun regardless. Let's catch some lunch. I agree. We got all the stuff to cook some fish, so now we just got to get a keeper. That's in slot 21 to 23. Brian says that trip was another cold front, by the way.
Yes, Brian, we know. They call me cold front for a reason. Oh, very strong winds in South Dakota, and I don't think it got above 0. We caught some dandy perch, though.
South Dakota, oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Glenn says, we tried the nip and no good.
Tried the nip.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, sorry. Maybe that's a lake by you. Nipissing, maybe. Lake Nipissing up in Canada, maybe. Am I the only one that doesn't see C-Dub Outdoors on here? It could be. So the way that this works is we are live on 5 different spots right now. So we're live on my Facebook page, Alex Tim. We're live on the Amped Outdoors Facebook page. We're live on the Amped Outdoors YouTube, Alex Tim YouTube, and the Alex Tim X Twitter page. And so you guys will probably only see the comments of those on the platform that you're on. We've got a view here that shows us all of the chats combined together. So right now I can tell you there's 7 on one of the Facebooks, 4 on one of the Facebooks, 2 on one of the YouTubes, 100 on one of the YouTubes, and then none on Twitter right now. So that could be why you don't see it. But what I'll do here, I'll pull it up so you can see he's here. C-Dub Outdoors, so it looks like he's on Facebook. And it looks like he's on the Amped Outdoors Facebook. Good question, though. Let's go up a little bit. Keep it going. I want to see if you catch lunch or starve. We won't starve. We've got plenty of food. I think Matt said he's got hot dogs. I got a big jerky we can dig from. I got some cashews with. We will not starve. Just joined. What axis are we out of? Hunters. So we're out of, this is one of Hunter's houses, but we're out of Liberty Beach.
Yeah, so they've got access right now from Hunters that'll take you out to the mud. If you are renting one of their houses, they got most of them sitting out here on Liberty, out of Liberty Beach. They did say something about there's a crack northwest or something that they cannot cross, but they're still getting out of the mud. So yeah, check their Facebook out if you're looking to go out of that area, or if you're heading up to Mille Lacs area, check with your resort, see what they're doing. This resort is allowing your ATV, your four-wheeler, and your side-by-side traffic out there, letting wheel houses out. They will pull them out with a four-wheel. So you cannot drive your vehicle out in the ice over here. At least they're not allowing the traffic right now. But if you want to put your house out, they will put your house out during daylight hours. So you're starting to see more houses hit the lake. I like to hit this lake before all the traffic. I think that really does turn things off out here. But yeah, if you get out at solid 12 inches of ice where we are at.
Cool, good question. Brian says he caught a few walleyes.
That was down in South Dakota.
Oh yeah,
not with night crawlers.
They weren't able to dig them out of the frozen ground.
No.
Peanut butter and jam for lunch. I don't think we have that with today. Doesn't sound bad though.
Nope.
Chris is asking Alex, how Eskimo E40 been for you? The Eskimo E40's been good. So I've got the Alpha auger and the E40, and what I've been trying to figure out is when would I use one over the other? I think they're both great augers. The E40 is lighter than the Ion Alpha, and I have the Ion Alpha Plus and the E40 Composite, and I think this is what I've deduced from using both of them. They're both great. I like how light the E40 is. So anytime that I'm going to do an 8-inch hole, like if I'm planning for a trip or for a day trip or whatever, if I'm planning on only using an 8-inch hole, so meaning I'm not going to fish in a hard-sided house like this or like in the Core Eye Shack, 8-inch hole, and I'm not going to need an extension, I'll bring the E40 all day long. And I think that's important because then you get all of the benefit of the E40. You get that it's lightweight. It's not as powerful as the Alpha, but it can do that whole flighting with an 8-inch composite bit with no problem. So it's got more than enough power, plenty of holes. So that is where I would say I would use the E40. Early ice, use the E40. If you're hopping around, hole hopping for crappie, use the E40 because that extra benefit of the lightweight to it. So that's when I would use the E40. The Ion Alpha Plus, so the composite one, I use for everything else. So if I'm going to go to a 10-inch hole, if I'm going to need an extension, that's where I would use the Alpha. So I have both, and I think I've found a use case for both. They both can do both, though. So like you could do the extension on the E40. You can get the larger auger bit for the E40, and it'll handle it just fine. So good question. Randy Grimes says, yes, I am in New Mexico. No ice, only fishing I have. Wow, nice. So this must be a little bit surreal that we're sitting in a house on the ice.
We were fortunate last week to take Luke Palmer out. And Luke Palmer, if you're not familiar with him, he is a Bassmaster elite angler, won his first event last year. And he had never been on the ice. So he's an Oklahoma boy. So we got him out, had a great time with him for those 2 days. Got to catch his first walleye on the ice, just walking on the ice. I mean, if it's something you don't have ice by you, you know, put that on your bucket list. Get up somewhere, Minnesota, Wisconsin, wherever, North Dakota, South Dakota. There's so many different places, Michigan even, where you can get on the good ice and experience that. I mean, there was resorts all over the place, have houses like this, Lake the Woods here. I'm sure almost every larger lake in Minnesota has some type of resort or, you know, wheelhouses out in the lake. Check it out. A lot of good amenities too. I mean, you don't really have to bring a whole lot. We pack a lot, but we've got a lot of technology in here to pack. Outside of that, really all you need is your bait, your flasher, electronics, and your gear.
We got John Miller saying temps are about 70 degrees warmer this week than the last week in North Dakota. Holy smokes.
70. What was it there? -40?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Fishing was incredible last week with the extreme cold temps, not even lying. That's crazy. Because typically when you get that brutal cold of a temperature, it turns the fish off, right? Their appetite goes down, but good for you, man. Nice.
He's saying we should have gone to North Dakota.
Right? Tom, fishing vicariously through you today. Well, awesome. Glad we can help you out there. Hopefully we catch some good ones too. Brett saying you guys are a great help helping out with pointers and kind of giving us a close what time they might be biting. Yeah, bite windows. Yeah.
Obviously, that'll change depending on where you're at, where we're here. I mean, you'll see a lot of fish come up in low light hours, typically the best in this area. They say they've had some pretty decent action in the afternoon or around the noon hours. But yeah, we noticed that. Like I said, I didn't fish much last night. I wanted to make sure that I was feeling good for today. I got plenty of rest, but did not have any action on the rattle reels. Other people saw fish after, the jigging. They were still jigging walleyes at 8 p.m. and they got into some around 11. So that's not uncommon in these parts.
Hey, I'm going out to Mille Lacs tomorrow, and we got skunked the last 2 times, and it's only when we go to Mille Lacs. Do you have a tip or a spot? Yeah, I was saying this a little bit earlier. I feel like Mille Lacs is a completely different lake with ice than it is open water, like completely different. It is a hard lake. I know people that sometimes come out here and go ice camping for days, and they've gotten skunked out here too. The biggest tip that I can give you is if you have the ability to be mobile, that is going to be huge for you. Go deeper during the daytime, go shallower in the evening time, and hit the transitions during the transition period. So typically what you see is fish will come up to shallower depths to feed in the morning. They go back down during the daytime, kind of after they're full. And so it's those going from deeper to shallower, those transitions or those runways, if you see them. So sometimes what you'll see is two high points on the map, and there's kind of like a valley. If you hit one of the edges of the valley where they're coming from big water into shallower water, you can typically catch them on transition. But then fish shallow while they're feeding early morning, which is typically around sunrise. And then they're deep during the day, typically. In that, this is for walleye. And then in the evening, they come back up shallow right around sunset and a little bit after sunset to feed. Then they go back out. Sometimes on this lake in particular, I know that the overnight hours, it sounds like last night it was maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock. It kind of sounded like. I've seen it as late as 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning, where you'll get the megas like the 27, 28, 29s coming through late at night. Like they're going places, but they're going all over the lake. So they're not like hanging out in a spot, but they're moving around. I don't know if they're scouting, searching, looking for that perfect meal. But typically at that overnight hour, what I've seen is they're higher in the water column. All the other times during the day, I typically have seen them best on the bottom. I fish this lake quite a bit during the winter. So those would be my tips and pointers for you. Spots on the lake, I mean, it just depends on what you're looking for structure. There's a lot of good tips online and maps where they draw out, like, here's where the rock is, here's where the mud is, here's where the flats are. So yeah, check that out online. Hopefully that helps you out. And of course, that's a little bit different if we're talking about perch, but for walleye, that would be what I would say.
Yeah, depending on where you're going out to, I mean, a lot of these places, you know, they get people to come in, like Hunters, of course, they have that bar and restaurants. People come in and, you know, they'll tell them how they're catching it. You know, we have people checking on us. So they, you know, we get kind of let them know how things are going. They'll give us tips as what's working in other places. But, you know, if worst case scenario, if you ever want to go, there's a lot of guide services out here. You can always hire a guide, and they're usually pretty good at actively finding fish and putting you on fish. So do not hesitate to do that. If anybody has any recommendations for like a lake like this, feel free to throw it out there. I know Brad Hawthorne's done some stuff out here, and there's some pretty big names out in this lake. So do not hesitate to hire a guide.
I just had a fish pop off the bottom, looked at my jig, and then dipped. It looked like a small one. Are we trying live bait or just minnow head? So we both have, I think both. I might actually have a full minnow. Yeah, so I've got a full minnow that I'm jigging, that's tail hooked. I think you have a minnow head and a live one?
Yeah.
So yeah, both. Have you guys tried the Eskimo Blackout? And if so, does it get really dark for spearing? Have you tried it? The hub, the Blackout hub from Eskimo? No. I haven't fished in it, but I've seen it at the shows. And yeah, it doesn't let any light in. And in fact, the Blackout actually, if I recall right, even has zippers on the windows. So that way, because you know how normally if you're in a soft-sided one, even if you flap the window up, you're going to get light around it. I think in the Blackout, they actually have zippers on it as well on that one. So yeah, they built it in a way that it's not going to get light in there. I was in daylight while I was out there. I wasn't out on the ice, but yeah, it looked plenty black to me. I couldn't see through. Boiled snow soup. Now that doesn't sound like a good lunch. Boiled snow soup. Ugh. Paul Kaufman says there were night crawlers out around Christmas.
I
after
did
all the
see
rain.
that also, yeah. That rain we had, there are some pretty good sized crawlers out in our parking lot.
Can you use the pistol bit on the E40? Yes, you can. Would I recommend it? No, but yes, you can.
The next one I can answer.
Matt's grabbing the next one. I would just say, like, the E40 power head is designed in a way to be used most efficient. So, there's a couple things you have to think about. So, there's the auger bit itself, in like, will it physically attach and fit? The pistol bit's a great auger, flighting in bit. But then the E40 is designed in a way, they make the power head so that way it's most efficient paired up with the type of blades. And it's not even just the type of blades, but it's the angle of the blades, the pitch of them. And so it's designed to work with either the composite or the steel bits that it has on it. But yes, you can use it for sure. But you can't buy just the power head of the E40. So you'd need to buy one with the flighting anyways. All right. What makes amped battery better than a cheaper LiPo?
Yeah. So LiPo, I mean, LiPo means lithium polymer. I think you're more so talking about, so there's so many different types of lithium batteries out there as far as different chemistries. So, there's an NMC, a nickel, manganese, cobalt, which is very common. That's what you're finding in your electric ice augers, your drill batteries, a lot of laptops, stuff like that. And then of course, we have one in a 14.8 volt battery. There's lithium polymer. Lithium polymers used in like RC car racing. They have high current output, but not very safe. And then there's lithium iron phosphate, LiFePO4. That's one of your most popular for energy storage. Reason being is that lithium iron phosphate is the only 12.8 volt battery, or only lithium you can use to create 12.8 volts. So that's why you see that as a very popular battery type. Incredibly safe and very stable and long lasting. But what separates us from a lot of the other cheaper ones out there? So, a lot of times we'll hear that, you'll see that, well, I don't like going on the internet to, get research on batteries, because people will say, oh, they're all the same. They're all made in the same factory. And I can tell you that is nothing but false. There's so many different factories and so many different ways you can build a battery. So batteries consist of three main things as far as battery build. And the first thing is, cells. So there's different cells out there, and there's infinite number of ways you could build really essentially any battery. So there's different qualities of cells. There's different quality of battery management systems, which are your, kind of the brain of the battery. That's what controls, like, when it shuts off for being fully charged, to shutting off when it's fully drained, to protecting it from overcurrent and surge and stuff like that. So the cold weather, temperature protection, and all that built into the battery management system. And then there's build quality. So those are three things that make up a battery. And when we build a battery, we use a top tier, top grade battery, as well as battery management system. And then we customize our battery specifically for this industry. So cold weather for ice fishing. If you look at our marine batteries, you'll see IP67 on most of them. By the end of this year, I think all of our batteries will be IP67 for our, for boats. So that just means that they're waterproof. They can be submerged in water. Our larger batteries have built-in Bluetooth. They have their standard group sizes. So group size 24, 27, 31 to fit into your boat. So that's kind of the big difference between us and a lower quality batteries. We use high quality components that are proven to withstand wider temperature ranges, heat, humidity, stuff like that, as well as, the build quality, the battery management system, which is kind of the brain of the unit. And we kind of build it specifically to this market. So it's not like really a one size fits all type of market. So long answer, to that. I mean, that's the main difference between a lot of your higher quality battery companies to a lot of them that you'll find like on the internet, Amazon, eBay. A lot of those companies you see will sell Batteries, dirt cheap, but a lot of those are factory seconds, not necessarily matched, don't typically give you the same life expectancy of what you're going to find with a battery like ours. Michigan has the best ice fishing waters in America. I see that claim out there.
Oh, really? Sounds like I need to go to Michigan. Try it out.
Are we talking UP in Michigan? We're talking.
You gotta let us know here. We gotta be making a trip.
Where are you at, and where's the invite?
Right.
I want to see some proof.
Have either of you tried bow fishing? I have not.
Nope.
Would like to one day. That sounds fun.
Have you spearfished?
I have not.
Nope.
You?
Nope.
No? We have a lot to experience in life still. Heading to Red next Thursday. South side. East side, north. Oh. I thought you were going out of the south side of Red, like lower, but that's not what you're asking. You're saying south side, east side, or north side, any preference. I do not fish Upper Red Lake, so I can't give you much advice. The only advice that I can give you is that I think the northeast side is the most popular side that people typically go out. The east side is the side that typically has the crappies, from my understanding. I know just about nothing else other than that. Have you fished it?
That's one lake I have never gone on. I mean, I don't know. I see so many people go there early in the ice season. It's one of the first lakes that freeze over. That's always, like, for me, show season. So we're running the St. Paul show, Wisconsin show, and all that. So I never get to hit that early. And then when we do get ice, around, I typically, this is closer or hit Winnie, but no, never on Red. I'm sure that information is easy to, you could reach out to resorts, and I'm sure there's a lot of good feedback out there in social media and everything else where you can get a lot of that good up-to-date information. You need to try spearing.
Yeah, we do need to try spearing. All right. Any tips for fishing perch in that lake? Fish around structure if you can, for sure. In the structure doesn't need to be your typical structure like rocks. Like, you can be in mud flats, but have some variation in the bottom if you can. It helps a lot. And I would just say be patient and go where you're seeing the other fish. So I love this Lake Mille Lacs, for perch fishing and for jumbo perch fishing. And I typically will go to mud, and I try to find an area that's got either a steep drop off or just like a weird looking bottom to it. And I usually don't stop to fish until I see small perch on the screen. The ones that nobody likes to catch that are like 5 inches long. Because what I found is if you put in the time, use a bigger bait, and just pick through them, and you're going to get the big ones to come out. That's how I've been able to win one of the tournaments out here the last 2 years on ice for jumbo perch. So highly recommend Mille Lacs for perch. There's a ton of them out here. Small to medium suckers have been killing it for walleyes. Hig Mister is saying.
It all comes down to doing your research before you go out, which obviously I didn't do, right? Normally it's always, we got to have shiners. Well, I guess I did not do that research ahead of time to know. Just got off Winnie. Was a busy week at work with this cold weather hitting. The boat show, is that going on this week? Or Minnesota boat show?
Not the I don't know. There is a boat show happening, but I don't know where it is. I don't think it's in Minnesota.
Okay. I knew that there was something like, because a ton of open water questions coming in from Minnesota metro area, talking about people rigging their boats. So I thought maybe with all the advertisements on TV that it was triggering some phone calls. But yeah, it was a pretty busy week, so I didn't do a whole lot of research.
I think there were some announcements that happened because was it 2 weekends ago? I think it was 2 weekends ago, there was the Novi, Michigan boat show.
Yep.
But I think the Minnesota one, the Northwest Sports Show, is in March or April, I want to say.
That one, there's a boat show also right now.
Is it going on right now?
I know there's one in Toronto going on because I can't remember. John Thielen had to work it, so he was telling me about that. I couldn't remember which weekend it was.
We had a cold snap. Fish seem to have shut down thus far. Yep.
They're catchable though. I was very fortunate to fish last weekend with Brian Brosdahl, not out of the same house, but on the same body of water. And I'll tell you what, he showed us how to do it. That guy is pretty darn amazing at what he does. His 2 hours out there, he caught more fish than my entire weekend.
That's close. Is that close to where he lives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, fishy, right? Yeah. If that worked, it's all you'd probably be hearing right now. Michigan has the best. Oh, okay. So, Steven, did you follow up and let us know where you're at, or no? I haven't gotten anything else for you. Rob is saying,
jeez.
There you go. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but sounded like a semi just drove and parked next to us.
Got my feet a little tingly there.
Yeah, I was like, oh, wow. You need to put a graphic up that indicates fish are caught and at what time. That way, schmoes like me that are in and out can scan back to see the footage. I will do that once we get the first one. It's been a little slow. We had a few on the screen. It's been good. But Rob, appreciate you stopping by, man. Maybe after we'll put timestamps in of when fish have been on the screen. People can skip around. Heading out to a shallow lake in about an hour. Never tried my LiveScope in 6 foot of water. Any tips, or am I better off just taking my Vex? I'll tell you what I think, and then Matt can tell you what he thinks too. So I've fished with a LiveScope. I'll say the LVS 34, so the LiveScope Plus does better in the shallow because the detail difference, you can see a little bit better in the shallow water. I've fished in as little as 3 feet with it. I mean, the biggest thing is just being able to get your deucer under the ice, like as close to the bottom of the ice as you can, because every extra inch or 2 inches that you put it down, you're limiting your cone angle. So I would recommend definitely bring it with and try it. 6 feet of water, I think you'll have good success with it. But I mean, bring your Vex too. Hop around, see what you like.
Try perspective mode, right? Have you done perspective mode in that shallow water?
I've tried it.
Yeah.
It was a really weedy area though.
Yeah.
And so it was hard because it was just looking right at the weed, and then I couldn't see past it that I was in. But yeah, good luck out there. Shallow water, what are you going for? Pike maybe? Doing some pike fishing? Panfish? Shallow water, walleye are a thing too. Someone hasn't heard of northern Manitoba. Oh, is that to the guy that said Michigan has the best fishing? You need to try spearing. Yes, we do. Not sure if I like the idea of spear fishing, is you can't let the fish go. That is a thing. Yeah, once you spear it, you're kind of stuck with it.
Got to commit.
I spent 16 hours on red last weekend, negative 16 degrees, and still caught 10 eyes in 1 perch. Nice job, Christopher. Sounds like a successful weekend. Where'd you go out of? We had a guy in here asking a little bit earlier. Did you go out of east side, north side, west side? Certain depth? Did you go out of a certain resort? If you don't mind sharing. Novi was just a fishing show. So, Rob, they actually had an ice fishing area there and I think it's the biggest one that they've had in a while. It was down in the lower right-hand area of the map. They had quite a few booths there. The big three were there: Clam, Eskimo, and Otter all had representation there. But you're right, it's primarily a fishing show, open water, and boat show. Over half of the convention center was just boats, or boat dealers, I should say. Chicago Muskie Show is going on now. Interesting.
Nice.
There's a boat show in the Twin Cities this weekend.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Paul Kaufman said that. Good to know. Oh, they did hear that crack. That was very loud.
That was one of the loudest cracks I think I've ever heard on the lake.
That was pretty loud.
Got my attention. And it was, I tell you, last night it was the lake was creaking all night long, making some ice.
Use a single hook and minnow and nothing. I'll try that here in a second. Let me pop through the rest of these, and then I'll switch out my dead stick to just a single hook. Are you familiar with Fortress clothing? If not, could be worth reviewing in the future. Have an extra safety option built into your gear for ice fishing. Hunting is a good thing. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. Never heard of it. Can't say I have. What's your thoughts on a possible decrease in eye limits from 6 to 4? I heard about that. Across the state of Minnesota. You hear about that?
Yes. Yes, slightly. Yeah, I mean, guys were kind of talking about it last weekend. There's a lot of, what size, having these slot limits and what's the right way to do it, like even in Minnesota, it's 2 lines, Wisconsin's 3 lines open water. Is it slot limit? Is it decreasing catch limits from 6 to 4? Is that going to help? I mean, there's so many different factors there. I'm not an expert on it in any way, nor have I done the research on it, but I don't know what your thoughts are.
I don't mind it, honestly. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to say that I can get out fishing a little bit more frequently. And so it doesn't matter to me. Like I never need to keep 6 walleyes. Like I can't tell you a scenario where I need to keep and eat 6 walleyes. So 4 is more than enough for me and my family. And you go fishing with somebody and you double that, right? And you get 8. So I don't know enough about the impact to the fisheries and how much it's going to help if we went down to 4. I don't know about that. All that I know is, like, if I were to look at it from the aspect of if I could only take and eat 4 walleyes, you can still catch all the other fish. It doesn't seem problematic to me. But again, I don't need to fill my freezer. I can go back out, a few weeks later and catch more fish if I want to eat them. So I know there's some people that can't get out that often. So I get that part of it, but I think that's a smaller part of the argument either way. But I don't know. That's my opinion. Maybe popular, maybe unpopular. I mean, we're currently sitting on a lake right now that we each only get 1. And it has to be between 21 and 23 inches. So 4 sounds great. Let's do it. All right. Shallow lake is for walleye and pike. Okay, yeah, so shallow water walleye, nice, in pike. Southern Minnesota, it's a rearing pond that has aerator so it doesn't freeze out. Nice. Sounds like you found yourself a nice spot to fish. LiveScope's blurry. The connection might have broke up there for a second, but I think it's back. What's your go-to heater for portable? We talked a while back about Flame King and Junk. Thinking about diesel heater or Bulldog. What's your opinion? I don't know what Bulldog is. That almost sounds like one of like the big box brands. Is that like a Menards or a Home Depot or something like that brand? Or Heat Hog, maybe you're thinking of? I don't know what Bulldog is. Have you ever heard of
Heat Hog? No,
Bulldog?
not Bulldog. Heat Hog and Buddy. I mean, I've had both. I think if you take good care of your buddies, I mean, they last a long time. You know, I had that Heat Hog out last weekend. And yeah, I like the fact you can move it around, but I think the best bang for the buck, you know, just I think you mentioned it in your video this last week, you know, is just getting that big buddy heater on sale. They've run some pretty good deals on them. They're probably the best bang for the buck, probably the most common. Heat Hog, I never had any problems with it. I like the fact on their big one you can put, you know, 2 propane tanks in it. I haven't done, I guess, enough side-by-side comparisons like on those to know if one is more efficient than the other. I don't know if you've seen anything like that, Alex. No. I think they're both good brands. Kind of just depends on what size heater fits your needs.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'll have a video coming out soon where I compare the Heat Hog to the Buddy Heater lineup to the Flame King lineup. I highly don't recommend, and I don't say this about a lot of products, but I would not recommend Flame King. There is, and I've talked to the company about this, so they know. They said they're working on a new version to address it. So we'll leave that as is, but I wouldn't recommend going with Flame King. The issue that I had with the Flame King is their thermostatic heaters, which means they have a thermostat in them. I was excited about it when they first came out. I bought every one of them that they had. So they have 2 different sizes that they originally came out with, and then I got the third size, which is like the 4,000, like the one bottle top one. But the thermostatic heaters, the problem that you have with those is that it has to detect a certain temperature. It's got a little bar inside of it that when it gets to a certain temperature, based off of the dial, it'll cut off. Obviously, there's complications with that if you're ice fishing in a portable because you set the heater on the ground potentially where it's cold. And so it doesn't, even if you have it on the lowest setting, actually trigger to turn off until it's really warm in there. Heat rises. So it's not as efficient unless you have a fan going. So put that aside. The problem with the Flame King is that when it does trigger, so even if in this place we were using it, it sputters for a period of 10 seconds to up to 2 minutes. I've tested it where it sputters up and down because it doesn't fully close the gas valve. And so what happens is some of that unburned propane gets into the air and it's creating carbon monoxide, which is not a good thing. I did a lot of testing on it about 2.5 years ago, and then I immediately stopped using them. Flame King said that they were going to be coming out with a different way that it turns on and off. That has not come out in the last 2 years, so I don't know when that's going to happen. So I see you have Flame King on here. I like being transparent with you guys. That would be my recommendation on that. In terms of Heat Hog and Big Buddy, I agree with Matt. They're both great. I have both, and if you can get one cheaper than the other, I would go that route. They both have like a Big Buddy size. They both have a portable buddy size, and they both have a 1 pound propane tank size. So whichever size you want, they're both great. They have pros and cons to them. The Heat Hog does tilt, which is nice. The big Heat Hog, it does allow you to put 2 propane tanks in the back, but you can't hook both up. Right. So it only has like one regulator built in. So you still have to switch every time you get through 1 pound of propane, which is kind of a pain. Heat Hog claims to have better fuel efficiency because the back where the propane tanks are is closed off to the back, but it's open to the front a little bit, so it warms the propane tank up, and supposedly you get more efficiency out of a warmer propane bottle. But I haven't seen that to be proven in real life to actually make much of a difference. So I don't know. I could probably talk about heaters all day. You guys probably don't want me to, so let me know if you have any other questions. Otherwise, look for that video coming out soon. I'll be doing a side-by-side.
Is the Big Buddy this year, do they have the electric ignition to them? Like
They do.
I kind of like that of the Flame King that I had versus my old buddy.
Yeah. So Buddy Heater came out with, it's really confusing because it's really hard to find, but I know Shields has them. They're called the Big Buddy, I think it's the Big Buddy Pro. And it has the fan in it again. So if you guys remember, they used to have the fan on them and then they took it away because of they couldn't get all the parts and everything they needed. So they discontinued the fan part of it for a while. Well, the Pro has the fan and it has electric ignition. So look for those. It is a premium price though. I mean, you're going to pay at least $150, if not more, for that heater, but it's nice. I saw them at Shields in Eden Prairie at the beginning of the ice season. All right, where do we want to jump to? I lost track.
The guys just asked, about the heat hog. Yeah, they said heat hog. My bad. That's what they were referring to.
Oh, heat hog.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, good heaters. I mean, the biggest thing with any heater that a lot of people overlook is what hose they're using and if they need to use a fuel filter. There's only one hose on the market that I know of that doesn't require a fuel filter if you don't have the regulator before the hose, which typically is not the way that you need to run it. So just make sure that you either get the hose that doesn't need a fuel filter, or you just always throw a fuel filter on. It's not going to hurt anything to have it even if you don't need it. But fuel filters are recommended to be changed every year too, because otherwise they gunk up and then you're going to get less propane, less heat output. But yeah. Brian says, passed by me about 10 seconds before it came through your live feed. It was a doozy.
Oh, the rumbling.
Ice houses are starting to go out on the back bays of Tonka. Nice. I wanted to fish. I told myself this year I wanted to fish more local lakes here in the Twin Cities, and Minnetonka was one of them that I said I want to put a lot of time in on that lake. And of course, our ice season has just been really late to start in terms of weather. So I'm glad to hear that. I might need to go and check that out here, put some time in if they're already getting houses out. All right, whoever gave that recommendation, this is what we're going with the dead stick here. So I've got just a single red hook and a minnow dorsal hook. So that is going to be the new dead stick action. We're going to see how it works. It's probably going to take an eternity to get to the bottom, but you said nothing else on it, so that's what we're going to do. I'm letting it free fall, and I think it just now got below the ice. It looks like we might have a school of bait coming through. Unless that's just interference. Oh, that's just interference. Never mind. All right, so we'll drop that guy down there. Toronto, Ontario Boat Show is January 19th to the 28th. That's a long boat show.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it is.
Ontario's limit for walleye is 4 per person with a sport license and 2 for a conservation license. Oh, there you go. Make it 4 with possession of 8. 2 fish difference won't affect the numbers either way. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew more about that. Maybe one of these days I'll have to dig in deeper into that, but I'm not a fish biologist. I don't know enough about it. Catch percentage between glow jigs compared to non-charged.
Guess that depends on the body of water and time of day, and
yeah. A lot of factors. I mean, glow definitely helps when it's darker, either in the water or at night. So you probably notice a bigger difference at that time. Because then the fish can see it from further away, right? And if it's interested, it can come in and check it out. I would think that to be true, but I've never done the math on it. That could be a good video, do a comparison. DeWalt heater, heavier built, light fan, and USB ports. You know, you're right. Have you seen that DeWalt heater? The DeWalt like buddy heater thing?
Yeah, I saw a Fleet Farm recently. Don't know anything about it though.
They're awesome. They're awesome. I don't use DeWalt battery tools, so I haven't purchased it, but it is nice. I would own one if I had DeWalt tools. Because it does, like you say, it's got a battery charger in it for your USB port. You got a light bar built into the handle. It's pretty slick. It's got a fan, I think. Yep, fan built into it. It's pretty sweet. And I think it's just like a buddy heater that they like souped up. What jig glow chargers do you like, if any? How about you?
I've got Ice Hole Power Box with the they have one of the original glow cup called the Glow Re-Hole, and that thing would that thing's got some UV lights in it glowing up. So I use that when glowing, but that's I think my next shuttle I want to try and build it into the front of my shuttle. I think that's what you have, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I've got, let me see if I can show you here. Grab the camera. So I've got the Summit shuttle that I use with my LiveScope. And you can see here on the front, if I can angle this down a little bit, you can see on the front of the shuttle, this right here is a glow light. So I'll turn it on and you can see it's super freaking bright. It does have a shade on the top, so that way it doesn't shine into your eyes. I know it's probably out of focus, but it's really nice. When I first got this, they just came out with it, and they didn't have the shade yet, and it was painful to use because it's like the brightest UV glowing light I've ever used in my life, and it literally would keep like my eyes like blinded. Probably not good for quite a while after I glowed my jig. I've compared that light to multiple other solutions on the market, and this glows them faster and stronger than anything else that I've used. So I use this. But yeah, Ice Hole Power makes several different options now. They've got the ones that you can build into a power box. And they've got like standalone ones now too.
Yeah, mount them in a permanent house like this, and they've come out with a few different options.
Who manufactures your performance hoodies?
The Amped Outdoors performance hoodies. Tom reached out to me. There are a couple of different companies out there that the industries use. And I mean, there are a few different options. I don't have. It's not a local supplier, but I can tell you that a lot of the companies you use will use the same supplier. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me. I could send you a couple of different options, but there's a lot of good ones out there. We don't do a ton in, a lot of people ask for these, but that's why we put them up on the website. It's more of a marketing thing. That's why we sell them for like $40 a piece. I mean, we're not out there to make money on them. It's just more so to, hey, if you want to wear an Amped Outdoors hoodie and advertise for us, then so be it. Yeah, it's not something we're trying to really profit off of by any means. So, don't really advertise it, but I'll tell you what, they are nice and warm. tell you that because I wear one just pretty much daily. My kids will actually question me of what's wrong if I'm not wearing an Amped Outdoors hoodie during the winter months.
Well, let us know in the chat if you guys have any other questions or anything. We're still waiting for that midday bite to start. We had those few fish roam through. Is that a fish under you?
No, I just got down and it's
that's an air bubble going up.
Air bubbles going up.
Okay.
Put a new minnow head on. Wow, a lot of air bubbles. Using a jig and wrap, trying to call something in from far just to mark something on the screen.
Here we go. What is your go-to lure for fishing walleye on a new lake?
I mean, go-to lure for ice fishing walleye. I've probably caught more fish with a buckshot. It depends on the lake. So if you research it ahead of time, kind of figure out like what colors, like I know like Lake of the Woods, your reds, and up here like your golds and reds and pinks, and everyone's kind of got their confidence lure. I would say mine is probably a buckshot, unless like that rattle is spooking fish, and I like to do like slender spoons and tinglers and stuff like that. I think those are very effective and flashy during the day.
Yeah, for me, I would say Rattlemaster. Acme makes it. That's really good. And then there's a version from Clam. So they have the Rattle and PT spoon that they came out with this year that's very similar to it. So I would expect the same results there. So I would say either of those. If I want glow, like the glow sticks you can put inside of them, 13 Fishing makes a flashbang. Those are awesome. And they have like a rattle in them too. But yeah, buckshots are good too.
Coffins. Everyone's coming out with a new, I don't know, it seems like every year, new companies, new stuff. And I like to stock up on it all and try different things.
Good question. Here, fishy. Yeah, we'll try saying it, see if it happens. Brian Robinson says, mine's a Northland buckshot spoon. There we go. Another vote for the buckshot spoon. Peter, watching you guys fishing live is the next best thing to actually fishing. Keep up the good work. Are you going to be at in Duluth for the sports show? Matt, are you?
We are not going to be in Duluth for the sports show. A lot of shows going on this year. That's one that we're not able to attend. Obviously, we'd love to attend all the shows that are out there. It's just it becomes very taxing, even with multiple crews. I mean, they like to pack a lot of these shows at the same time, and we got to kind of pick and choose. But so we won't be at that show. But as always, always reach out to us. Whether it's email, phone call, or live messaging service, and do free shipping. So we're more than happy to answer any questions you have on batteries. That is for sure. It's hard to think boat show when we're just getting out here on the ice, right?
I know.
It's been such a late year to get out on the ice for the first time. Now, this isn't my first time, obviously not his first time, but really starting to see people and traffic out on the ice. It's hard to think boat show, but I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
At Amped, we have to plan well ahead of the season. In fact, I've got a meeting on Wednesday for next year's ice fishing with one of our major retailers. So,
wow.
Yeah, you're always planning ahead.
Good question. I will not be at the Duluth Sports Show, if you care. Opinions on the Markham LX9L. I've used some of Markham's flashers before. The LX9 is their top of the line. The L is because they have the lithium battery in it.
Is that on a lithium shuttle, or is that an actual lithium iron phosphate in it?
It is not on their lithium shuttle.
Okay.
It has a lithium iron phosphate battery in it. Yeah. Yeah, what do they call their shuttle? It's the it has a name. But anyways, it's not on that, no. I think it's great. I mean, it's the top of the line unit for a flasher. I prefer Vexilar over Markham's offerings personally, but I think it's good. If you're going to get the L, you could just get the X, and then you can put an amped battery in it too if you want, because then it doesn't come with a battery. But yeah, I think it's good. If you got your eyes on one, you can get a good deal on it. You feel good about it, get it. It's not bad. Let's put it that way. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But I haven't personally used the LX9. I've used several of the other ones in the lineup. I know exactly what it is, but I haven't used it. Matt, any thoughts on the LX9L?
No, I've never actually used an LX9. I had an LX6 back in the day. I've kind of switched over to Vexilar for flashers. Been using that. I've tried the Humminbird stuff. I like a true traditional sonar versus a lot of your digital screen. I don't know. I just think there's less delay in them personally. But it's all your preference. If you get a chance to use one, try to use one. If you know a buddy that has one, but yeah, get what fits your needs, because everybody has a different need. 9-inch screen's pretty big.
I would save my pennies and get LiveScope over the LX9. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, if you're open to getting LiveScope. I don't know what the price is on the LX9 right now. I'm trying to find it. Markham LX9L. $1,000 from Shields right now. Yeah. I mean, it is the nice thing, at least the thing I'm looking at on Shields here is it's actually $250 off, normally $1,250, and it comes with the camera panner, which is nice. I prefer separate units for the camera and the flasher. I know it's all built into one on the 9, but yeah, $960. Yeah, so that's always another option. Save up a little bit of money and maybe go with LiveScope or something. That's a good perspective too. Kyle's asking, what's your go-to rod reel setup for walleye, panfish, etc.? I wouldn't say I really have a go-to. So I'll go through and then Matt can say, like, I'll just do a quick hit on these. So rod for walleye, I like the Power Precision from Tune Up Custom Rods. It's my PB rod. Reel, there's 2 reels that I like when I target walleye. I like either the one that I'm using right now, which is the Daiwa QZ750. I have this on every rod that I have, walleye, panfish, etc. This is my #1 reel, with the exception of if I want a bait feeder. So any dead stick or anything that I want the ability to flip the back up and have it just run the bait, like on a dead stick type mechanism. Then I use a Kuma. I've got the CBF 500 and the CBF 1000 are my 2 favorites there. And then for panfish, the Bullwhip is an awesome panfish rod. Perch rods, there's a few good ones out there. I wouldn't say that I necessarily have a favorite, but I'm always open to trying new ones. I mean, I've got 4 different manufacturers here of rods today just for targeting walleye that I like trying and exploring. How about you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have kind of the same way. I don't have any specifics. To be honest with you, at a lot of the shows, a lot of these rod companies will come over and negotiate trade and stuff. So I've been able to try a wide variety of different rods. Like right now I'm using a Bass King, their Power Walleye. And then I have, one of my original Thorn Brothers, the Perch Sweethearts. I love that for perch and walleye. I've made some of my own. I've tried some ionic stuff for panfish and been happy with that. I'd say probably one of my favorite rods is my dead stick, and I have the Walleye Snare by JT. I just think it's such a fun rod because of the way, that, and if we could, gosh darn, get a fish on our line, that would be great to see. But how it kind of loads up, it's got that spring bobber tip, and then really load up, and it's got a ton of backbone to it. So I've been very happy with the JT Snare. And a lot of good companies out there making quality snare rods, but I've been very happy with that. So those are kind of my go-tos for walleye. Perch, there's a lot of different varieties for perch. It depends on where you're really going. Perch here are different than North Dakota and some of those South Dakota perch. But that's the nice thing about going to ice shows is meeting with a lot of these rod companies. There's so many of them out there now, but you can kind of talk to them and just, tell them how you fish and then, what you like to fish for. And, they'll really kind of hook you up with one to fit your needs.
Good question. Chris is telling you to do a trick, Matt.
Do a trick. I have no tricks to do, Chris. Do a trick.
Rod, best scope color scheme. I like blue. The one that you see on the screen is my favorite. What about you, Matt?
I have that also right now. I think I switched it up in the summer. I can't remember exactly what I use in summer. I think this is just easy on the eyes. In winter months.
Yep. Good questions. Try jigging at 10 feet. Fish can see it from further away than right off the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's valid. Yeah, I keep going up in the column, jig a little bit, start going down. All the fish we've seen so far have come off of the bottom, I think. Other than one earlier, I don't know if we were on the stream yet or not, but there was that fish suspended. Yeah. It came in above my dead stick, but we think it was Tulabee or something. Mine is bronze. I love that color palette. You like the bronze? Okay. Can't say I've tried the bronze too much. Is there an actual bronze one, or is that amber? Let's look. Appearance, color scheme. Is there a bronze? No, you must be thinking amber or copper. Is this the one, Chris, that you like? Of course, you would have a lower color gain with this for sure. Or copper. Ooh, could be copper. I like blue. Definitely not yellow. The ones that I've heard are the most popular are either the amber, because that's what actually comes on it when you first start it up, when you get it brand new. Blue, I think it was funny because amber always used to be the one everybody would use, and you would see this screen is the color pattern you'd see on everybody's. And so many people were like, why do you use the blue? And I would explain well, the contrast is easier to see the red marks. You can turn your color gain up, and then you can actually see the marks better, have a clearer screen because you can actually lower your real gain, clears up the screen. And we're seeing more and more people use the blue. So I think people are coming around to, oh, this is actually really nice. The other ones that I've heard is amber in moss. So I'll show you amber. Well, we already talked about amber. That's the standard one. Moss is a green color palette. A lot of crappie fishermen really like this one. I'd have to lower, if I lower my color gain, it actually looks better. So you can see here, so you can see more in there. That bright color contrast with the black background, let me take this off the screen here, is pretty nice. And you'll see if I go back to amber now, it'll actually look better too. So that's the typical color pattern a lot of people see. Aqua is a blue one. Those are typically the ones that I see. every once in a while, you'll see like the Caribbean one. I like the ones that have multiple colors and aren't just one color and then black. So like Caribbean here is one that I like because you can actually see the green is the brighter, the stronger return, and then the blue is the little bit weaker return. But I like blue.
Looks like a lot of comments for blue. Chris Berglund says he runs green in his boat.
Yeah. Michael, time to go to the box, reel up the Daiwa, change color, pound the bottom. Let's go. We need one on the ice. I need a battery. Love it. Yes, we've been changing out nonstop. I've got 4 rods on the floor that I've been switching back and forth, and I think I've tied on 3 different jigs today in addition to trying those out. But yeah, it's about time I'll try a switch up here. I swapped out the dead stick here just a little bit ago and put just a red hook on, single red hook, and a minnow. Green is really good. What made you guys choose the location on the lake you are fishing? I mean,
so a lot of that was we were looking for a resort that had houses out for doing this, right? So hunters had, theirs were out, and it's basically where they put them out where they're catching fish, right? So it's kind of tough because a week ago there were no houses on the lake, and they just started putting them out this week. So they put them out in the first break. They've had some success out here. Some guys down by us were doing well. That's why we chose. Otherwise, we probably, in a day like this where we're kind of struggling here, we'd like to be moving around a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Find those active fish. Or fish in general.
Yes, but hopefully they'll come in. It's really all you can hope for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tad is asking, Tad T, difference between Norsk and amped. My buddy is always trying to make me go Norsk route. I have like 3 amped batteries now.
Well, I appreciate you going amped. They're different type of lithium. So they're NMC. So we carry NMC and lithium iron phosphate. NMC lithium batteries are they have a slightly lower life expectancy. The iron phosphate typically will last, I'd say they're a 10+ year battery, or NMC is 5+ year battery. We specialize in the first NMC 14.8 volt battery, which is just a higher voltage battery. Where Norsk they started off at 11.1, and it's just not enough voltage and power for modern day electronics. So they shortly after switched. They'll do a lot of I kind of call it like gimmicky stuff. They'll have like the USB ports on their batteries. I don't know how they're made, but we've ripped them apart. And the USB ports, it sounds like a great idea. It attracts attention, but I'll never put a USB port in a battery, because if you opened them up, that's an open hole, that USB port, into the battery. So using it for ice fishing around the water and all, you could potentially expose it to water. So that's why we don't do stuff like that. But we typically like to produce and, like saying, the high quality product, the higher quality cells, iron phosphate, and just a wide variety based on the consumers in this industry. We also have a 5-year warranty versus 2-year, on the smaller batteries. So a little bit better guarantee on them. Very similar technologies, and you're going to see that a lot in ice fishing. We're one of the first ones out there, with Dakota Lithium. Now there's upwards to 10 different lithium battery companies making ice fishing batteries. So you'll kind of see a lot of similarities. But one thing is we can tell you is we'll always stand behind our product support-wise, and make sure that you're taken care of and hopefully produce really the best batteries out on the ice for you, the ice fishing angler.
So
Dinner bell question mark.
Maybe
it's almost lunchtime.
We were talking about that earlier, and we're like, yeah, we've got dinner bells but we don't really use them that much. Maybe worth a shot. Maybe we'll have to. Like the one thing that I'll say about AMP2 that I don't think Matt gives himself enough credit for is that AMP2 has great customer service. Like I think that's a key factor in what company you buy from. So a couple things. One, they have incredible customer service, and they actually have some of the best prices, if not the best prices, on the market for their batteries as well. So if you look to compare to the exact same battery from somebody else, getting better customer service at the same, if not a better price, you can't really beat it. And Matt really strives to continue to innovate too with Amped, which is why I use their batteries. I'm not tied to Matt. I could use whatever batteries I want, but I used Amped. I started purchasing them back when it was Energized Outdoors back in the day.
Yep, back in started off in February of 2018 is when we first started releasing product to consumers under Energized Outdoors. And a year later, we became Amped, and the rest is history. A lot of those Energized Outdoors batteries still out there, which is great to hear.
Yeah, I still have 3 of them. They're rocking. Nick's here. Hey, Nick. I don't know why they don't make more color palettes that are similar to blue. It just feels like you can extract more data from this color palette. 100%. 100%. Well, because you almost have 3 different colors because you have, well, plus the background being blue, but you've got yellow, orange, and red, and then you've got all the variations. So you can just see so much more. Like I was showing earlier, like Caribbean, I think is the closest to this. I don't know of any others off the top of my head that actually have more than just one color. I don't think Black Emerald does. Let's just go through. Yellow, technically, but I mean that's just rough to look at.
Oh yeah,
it looks like something's broken. Rusted Steel, I guess, does where it's orange into blue. Caribbean, Floodlight, but those are all still only 2. Yeah, I don't know why. It pops. It's good. Good contrast. I like this one. Let me change my color gain back up. I like a higher color gain. Like I had said, you don't see as much detail in the fish, but what you can do is it allows you to turn your gain down so you get less noise on the screen by having your color gain up. Any thoughts on Amped adding USBs into the battery?
Oh yeah, because I kind of added or mentioned that in that last segment. But
you did.
Yeah, USB ports. I don't. They do take up some space inside of the battery pack, so you can lose a little bit of capacity there. B, they don't have. You're opening your battery up. Basically, it's a hole to the battery, so you get any water and stuff in there. You're going to be out in the ice. You're going to get snowpack and stuff like that. Will get on your batteries, and that's just an open hole to the battery. Plus, plugging USB ports into your electronics can add interference as well. Most of the time, your battery's hidden, so we'll never be able to do it because our batteries are in these Summit shuttles, or you have them in a bag or whatever. We've come out with a little USB adapter that you can kind of like universally connect to any of your electronics. That to us, I mean, it's waterproof. It's not going to harm the battery in any way by having it built in, getting water and stuff in there. So no, we'll probably never have USB ports on batteries. That has been done by companies for over 20 years, and there's a reason why you really don't see that much in our market, especially in the marine side of it.
Good question. Tad's been 100% satisfied with his amped. That's good. It's
Thank
great.
you, Tad.
Chad, the Norsk USB aerator is sweet. However, amped LFP batteries are the ticket. I haven't tried their aerator. In fact, I don't even know if I knew they had one. I am going to...
I think there were giveaways they were doing for a while with the purchase of a battery. They had that. I have not heard anything about those. I can tell you from just being in here for aerator wise, I have a battery angle, and Alex has the
Angle lithium.
the angle lithium. And what a difference it is. I can't even hear his. I can't even run mine in here because it's so loud. So I've been very impressed so far with that. Especially the amount of noise that aerator puts off. You can't hear it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks for adding that in there. I didn't know that they had a USB aerator. I'll check it out. Even if it was just like a bonus product, it'd be interesting to take a peek at it. I've tested a lot of aerators. I've actually got a couple videos comparing them on my channel. Chris is saying, if you could only do one battery for a LiveScope setup, what would you choose?
I mean, that's kind of a loaded question just because it really depends on, your screen size and how long you want to go. So I would say, if you want a one size fits all, that'll fit any of the shuttles, and you want just get the biggest battery, right? 48 amp hour. And that's going to work on just about any screen, give you the longest runtime, and it'll fit. That's the biggest battery in the industry that'll fit the shuttles. So I like that 48. Our 48 amp hour batteries, they're yielding higher than 48 amp hours capacity. And they're, like something like this, I've ran it all last weekend, charged it for 3 hours, and it's still going. So I'd say the 48 for universal, but realistically, our top sellers are 30 amp hour battery. Most people running 9 to 10 inch screens. That'll at least give you a full day.
I would do the 48 as well. That's what I have. I have two LiveScope shuttle setups. I use 48s. There's a new build that I'm working on slowly but surely. I've been working on for like a year. That will have a different battery in it. It's not a 48. It's not a 32 or a 30. It's you just have to stay tuned to the channel if you want to check it out. I'll have it out within the next month. That's my plan. And yes, it is an amped battery. Does amped make anything like a power source that would replace a generator for the fish house?
Sure. So right now, like we have a lot of people in fish houses buying our 130 amp hour battery because it's capable of higher current because it's a dual purpose battery. So it's used for boat motor cranking as well as deep cycle use. And it has a built-in heated function, so you can charge it below freezing temperatures. It heats the battery to above freezing, starts charging. So we have that. As far as like the portable generators, just the larger battery packs with like the AC outlets and stuff in them. We're working through some stuff on that. It's kind of finalizing that. So it's not out of the question that in the future we release something that is portable generator related. But for fish houses, I would recommend if you're going to leave your fish house on the water and you need to charge a lithium battery out on the water with not taking it back, like charging it off of a generator, get one of our heated batteries. That'll make sure that that you're fully charged in your fish house. And 130 amp hours is plenty of power for most fish houses to get you through a single day or multiple days.
Steve saying he's got 100 amp hour amped outdoors batteries in his boat, and they've been great.
Thank you, Steve.
Are the small ice fishing batteries going to have Bluetooth built in anytime soon?
So we've
question.
dabbled a lot with Bluetooth in the smaller batteries, and the biggest problem we have in this industry is the fact that you're not using your batteries 12 months out of the year. So if you were able to use your battery 12 months out of the year, maintain it, it would be easy to do. But in this industry, you might use your battery, a couple of times a year, like this year where it's a shortened ice fishing season. Some places may not get ice at all, and people will let those batteries sit for too long. And that Bluetooth device does have a power draw on it. And on a small lithium battery, you could deplete one of those within just a matter of weeks. So it's just not good for overall life expectancy of it. So yeah, it would probably do more harm than be worth good. Plus, it would add quite a bit to the cost of it. So just weighing all those options, we've decided not to do it. Although it could be done. I think it's just a recipe kind of for disaster on the smaller ones. That's why we have them on 50 amp hours and larger. As far as, not really necessary too in this, where if you're sizing up correctly, looking at our operating time charts, I know a 15 amp hour battery is going to give me more than 60 hours in a Vexilar. And if you're charging, between each use, or in this case, I'll charge it after this weekend, it'll be good to go the next time I need to use it.
Exactly. If you need a USB port, just connect it externally. Yeah, you offer that, don't you?
Yep. They have the external USB port that can be added to any of the batteries, and there's 2 USB outputs on it. I have it on my other Vexilar. I don't have it on this one because it's the first time I've ever used this model. My other Vexilar, I'm just think solely going to use for shows. This is going to be my personal unit. But yeah, and then my Summit shuttle that I have here, and just about all of your shuttles now have USB ports right in the front of them.
This is true. Nick Lindner is asking Matt, would you guys ever consider building a Jackery style power box?
Yeah, so yeah, we're playing with some options right now, so it's not out of the possibility. The problem is that there's such a I don't want to say it, it's not oversaturation of them out there, but there's so many different options, and it's finding a way to make one unique specifically to an application. So yeah, we're not opposed to it. We are testing some stuff here in the near future. I don't see a smaller box. It might be something a little bit larger that people are going to use for like ice camping, and of course can be used year round for other applications.
I love my amp battery. For some reason, I run out of juice. I do have pigtails to run accessories. Would I be able to just hook up a spare battery, or should I first disconnect the main battery?
In a lot of cases, like if you have, if you run out of the full capacity of that battery, and you want to have like a backup, it's probably best just to disconnect and reconnect, versus running a new battery to that, connected to that dead battery. That's ideally the best way to go, if it's quick and easy to disconnect. Otherwise, yes, you technically could.
For charging, do you drain down before charging on the batteries?
No need. I'm even in your modern day, really any battery out there is here comes one of those.
Here we go.
Ice quakes again.
We're going down.
Most of your batteries today, you don't have to drain them down to a certain point, or you don't have to worry about a memory. So with our batteries, you can charge at any point of time. I recommend charge before each use. That way, you go out with a full charge. There's no benefit to draining it down 80% or even 100%. That does not extend the life. The worst thing you do with a lithium battery is store it fully depleted.
So charge away.
Charge away.
Because, well, in the Life PO4 batteries, what is the number of charge cycles that you have too? Isn't it like a couple thousand?
Well,
thousand?
yeah, I mean, cycles in a battery are, it's kind of, it's hard to kind of explain charge cycles because there are some cheap manufacturers out there that'll be like rated for 5,000 plus charge cycles. Well, that's, what's a charge cycle to them? A charge cycle could be charging the battery up 80% to 80% of its capacity and then draining it down to 70% of its capacity, which is only 10%. And yeah, then you could get 10,000 plus charges on it. But realistically, I don't like saying charge cycles because when you see a battery rated at, like lithium iron phosphate or typically the LiFePO4, if you charge them and discharge them 2,000 times, you'll have 80% of its life expectancy left or 80% of its capacity left. So that's kind of one of those benchmarks out there and see how you see that technology advertised. But that's in a lab at 75 degrees, charge and discharge over and over again at a certain rate. So everyone's going to be a little bit different. Some people are going to discharge at higher rates, which can decrease life expectancy. People are going to be using them in extreme heat. Heat can decrease life expectancy. And so people are going to store their batteries, without using them, and age will decrease the life expectancy of the product as they age. So there's a lot of factors that go into life cycles or charge cycles and how long a battery will last. Iron phosphate, like I say, is typically a 10 plus year battery if well taken care of. And then like the NMC lithium, typically a 5 plus year battery. That's kind of the best way to kind of put that out, especially how we use them, where we're not charging and discharging them multiple times in a day.
What is that battery behind Matt? What is he hiding?
Oh, I showed that a little bit earlier. How do you even see that? That's crazy.
Wow, you have good eyes.
You have good eyes.
Maybe from my camera you can see it better.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you zooming into my rear end there. So what I have here, the light has changed since earlier. This is going to be kind of like a new standard for us, just new look. So it's kind of got the green top to it. This is our 130 amp hour battery, which is a dual purpose. So this is the one that has the built-in heated function. So it'll heat your battery if it's below freezing, heat it actually up to about 50 degrees while charging above freezing. So this has IP67 protection, which just means it's fully waterproof. We dunked this one down at iCast, just didn't have a green top to it. But we dumped this one at iCast in water, hooked it right up, everything worked. And we've tested these underwater for days without taking on any water. So this is our dual purpose heated 130 amp hour battery. I'm probably going to be using that tonight to power laptop and stuff to watch that exciting Packers and 49ers game. Nothing special. That is the battery you would get if you ordered one today online. 130 amp hour battery has that new green top to it. And that will be pretty standard probably by midsummer, where all of our batteries are IP67 and with the higher waterproof rating, as well as have that green top.
See, he's always coming up with new stuff.
Yep.
Chad saying he uses the Amped Outdoors USB charger to power a $10 5-volt adjustable water pump to keep the hole clean of ice when fishing outdoors.
Yeah, we talked the other day on the phone. You were telling me about that, and that was pretty slick. Because who makes that? Is that Ice Defense? Who makes something to keep the holes open?
Ice Defense does, yeah. Is that what he's using?
Yeah, well, it's not Ice Defense, but you came out with your own little one that was a tenth of the price, and he said it worked pretty well. So
nice.
I was happy to hear that.
That's awesome. Is there an Amped Outdoors battery for a starting battery for my boat?
Boom. Just talked about that one. Yep, that was it. 130 amp hour dual purpose heated.
Get them now. Live online. Let's see. Maybe we could get young Nick, to sweeten the pot with the walleye cabin kit. Come on, Nick. Oh, you want Nick to do a giveaway? I mean, Nick can do what he needs. Nick should just go. He should go on out and go live himself. I know he likes doing the lives too. I'd love to watch a live of Nick when I get off the ice tonight and see him catch some fish. Maybe more than Matt and I are.
What?
Yeah. I love it. Thanks for stopping by. Chris, yes, sir. The 130 amp hour with Bluetooth. What's the battery Matt's hiding? We already went through these. Matt, do you drive a Tesla?
I do not drive a Tesla. Sorry. I got a diesel. I got a tow to shows, guys and gals. Although
Cybertruck,
right? Although we've talked about it, and it'd be kind of cool to have. Because I know like Jason Young, who was kind of the designer of this new Summit shuttle, he's got one and he talks about how fun they are to drive. But obviously doesn't really fit my day-to-day needs, but it would be cool to have. I would just like to drive one. I almost got one as for the show that we're going. We're doing a training for Shields down in Texas, and I almost got one, but it's kind of a far drive. So instead, I decided to do a Wrangler for that show. But I want to drive a Tesla. I don't know if I want to own a Tesla quite yet or an electric car quite yet, especially in the conditions like we have right now. And we've seen that enough in the news. We don't need to beat that dead horse. I can tell you, though, I do race RC cars. And I do use our batteries in the summer months. We'll have our stuff in trailers, and we use our batteries along with solar. And I can basically take one 100 amp hour battery out with a solar panel, charge my RC cars for the entire summer and race. So that's pretty cool. While a lot of other people are running their generators and having to pay for power at these events, we've been able to do that, and that has been really slick.
What is the importance of running the correct charger for the specific battery you're running?
Sure. Biggest issue that we have, I would say, when we do troubleshooting online for batteries, it's typically because people are using the wrong charger. So with all the different lithium battery types out there, like Norsk and Markham had like an 11.1 volt battery. We have our 12.8 and our 14.8 volt batteries. All of them require different types of chargers. So I would say if you have a lithium battery, to get the charger made specifically for it. So our 12.8 volt lithium iron phosphate batteries will take a 14.6 volt charger. I like ours because it's guaranteed to reset the battery. If you happen to drain them down and the battery management system kicks in, they basically shut off to protect the battery. So our chargers will reset them. On a 14.8 volt battery, if you get one of those NMC batteries from us, make sure you only use the 16.8 charger that comes with it. Because I think I probably took 5 of those phone calls yesterday. People are hooking up like their onboard chargers to them, and you're just not putting a full charge in that battery. So use the charger recommended for that battery. It is very important. Thank you, Brian, for asking that.
I like that colored top.
Yeah, I don't think the camera doesn't really do any justice. It kind of pops. Yeah. And no, it's kind of a nice look to it.
Here, I'll bring it over here in front of the sun. Everybody can see. Gosh, this thing is so light. Let's see if we do this. Really bright green. Really, really nice. Like a Vanna white.
So that's my personal one. So you see those screw holes on top. So I've torn that battery apart, and that's where I've done kind of like my, I just do a lot of testing and stuff on them. So that you won't get on your battery if you buy one. They've got like a plug in place of those. And do not open the batteries if you do get them, because that would void warranty. That is more so for us and servicing, and it's protection for that high waterproof rating. It's got a special rubber seal in it, and we don't want to break those seals if we do not have to. But if people are wondering why they have holes on the top, that's why. It's just my screw holes.
How much does it cost?
How much does it cost? That the 130 amp hour battery is $899, and then if you use what's promo code again, Alex?
Tim10.
Tim10, TIMM10, 10% off.
Boom.
Save yourself $90.
I was going to see if I could find it on your website.
Doesn't the picture is just of the black case. We just got the green top ones in on Thursday, I believe.
Got it. I'm in the wrong section. Fishing lithium batteries. Here it is. Here, I'll pull it up. We can all take a quick peek. Here we go. Here it is. 130 amp hour dual purpose lithium battery cranking, 12.8 volt, Bluetooth heated, IP67 waterproof. Yeah. So now with a green top. If you do buy it, battery only, charger sold separately. There you go. AmpedoutDoors.com. Search it up. Promo code's linked down below too if you're on one of my social pages, in case you guys are interested. All right. Sweet. Pull us back in here. Looking at the LiveScope. Any other questions? It's a little quiet.
Should we do another giveaway since we're not catching a dang thing?
Should we? Yeah, let's do it. What do we want to give away?
Should we step it up to a 20 amp hour charger?
Should we? Let's do it. Everybody here okay with that? You guys okay to do a giveaway, or should we wait?
Otherwise, by the end of the show, I will guarantee, whether we catch a fish or not, by the end of the show, we'll do a 30 for sure. But I do want to get some going. I was hoping to catch like 10 fish today and have some fun and
cook. We could do a live catch and cook. Wouldn't that be fun? Hey, there's always time. Still got some time. Do a couple 7.5s. Go for it. Thanks. No, I don't like free stuff. JD. Okay, no problem, man. Put a loud lure on, get those fish coming in. I did. I don't know if you saw while Matt was talking there, I put on a big rattling spoon with gold fleck on the back, and I put a minnow head on it, and I've been kind of ripping this thing around. I thought I saw something higher in the water column, but I didn't see anything happen. Military discount. Yes.
GovX. So if you go on the website, you click on the GovX link, you sign up for that. It's not just military, it's first responders. So yeah, you can check out GovX, and if you qualify, you get a custom code or discount.
All right, let me get the giveaway tool going. We're going to give away a 20 amp hour. Thanks to Matt for being such a generous guy. And we're going to do, what should the hashtag be? What do we want him to put in chat?
Ooh, hashtag just ice? I don't know.
Ice?
Icy hashtag. That doesn't matter. Oh, I suppose it's a hashtag. It's got to be something special.
It doesn't actually have to be a hashtag. It could be whatever we want. I just like hashtags. Say
ATO for Alex Tim Outdoors.
We'll do hashtag ice. There we go. Hashtag ice. I'm getting it pulled up on the screen, but if you guys are interested in winning a 20 amp hour Amped Outdoors battery, throw hashtag ICE in the chat right now. It is 1 entry per person. If you enter multiple times, it only counts once. So we got 18, 19, 21, 22. Keep them coming. We'll leave it up for a couple, for a good minute or so here. Let everybody get their entries in, and then we'll go ahead and do the drawing. And then whoever wins, we are going to have you reach out to Matt. He'll tell you where to reach out to. You'll shoot an email in, and then him and his team will get you guys taken care of. It's funny. So like after I swapped this lure out, I went down jigging near the bottom, didn't get anything. Bouncing off of the bottom, didn't get anything. But I just had it sit on the bottom, and I felt the tug. But then when I pulled it up, there was nothing there. So I don't know if there's just maybe fish just hugging the bottom really tight. But, I mean, this is also like one of the hardest times of the day to fish for walleye is in the middle of the day when you're sitting on a spot that's a transition spot, because they're not usually transitioning this time of day. So we're just excited if we see something come through here. All right, hashtag ICE. We got a few entries in here. Let's go and look. 71 entries so far. If anybody else is interested, we'll give you another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, you ready? Here we go. Draw. We're drawing. JD, I thought you didn't like free stuff. I saw your name pop up. Giving you a hard time, man. Christopher won. Congratulations, Christopher. Who does he reach out to?
Email sales, SALES, @ampedoutdoors.com. And give us your name obviously name, address. Name and address, and we will get that 20 amp hour battery and charger shipped up to you. So thank you, Christopher.
Congratulations. Thanks for joining us on the stream today. And thanks to Matt for doing some giveaways. It's very kind of him. All right, let's see what we got going on here. We're going to fish a little bit longer. Try to get that 30 amp hour out the door by catching a fish. Da, 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 da. Somebody's asking what lake. We're on Lake Mille Lacs in Minnesota right now. If you had a question that didn't get answered, I'm struggling to scroll through all these hashtags, so just go ahead and drop it back in chat.
Hashtag Dead Sea, I get it.
Yeah, that's what we should have put it for. Do you have 36-volt lithiums?
Yes, we do. 36 volt, 50 amp hour, 60 amp hour, and then you can always pair two together in parallel to double. So a lot of our heavy users will use two 36 volt, 50 amp hour batteries in parallel. So that gives you 36 volt, 100 amp hours, which is technically the same as running three 100 amp hour batteries in series. So you save one battery spot in your boat and get the same, if not more, power. So yes, we do. And honestly, I like the efficiencies of 36 volt batteries more than running 12 volt batteries in series and having to create the voltage.
Yeah. Matt, thoughts on the Packers game today? Be honest.
Be honest, I'm not getting my hopes up. So I did a couple of things. I brought my lucky socks. So for those of you that know about my lucky socks, I brought those. They have not lost a game when I've worn them. As soon as they lose a game, the socks are getting thrown away. You ever buy anything on Temu?
No,
Okay.
I've looked at plenty, but I'm
Okay.
like, this probably isn't going to turn out well.
So kids' Halloween costumes came from Temu. I found some socks, right? Football socks, right? So I got them. Every time I wore them during a Packer game, they'd win. So I kept wearing them for it's been like the last 3-4 weeks or whatever. In the 1 weekend I didn't, of course, the weekend they lost. So I got my lucky socks. I'm going to wear those. But they're so worn out, even though they're like 2 months old, because I bought them off Temu. The whole bottoms are worn off on them, so I can't wait to throw them away. So hopefully it's Super Bowl and done. No, I have no hopes for win today. But there's definitely a chance. We all saw that last week. So I'm just excited they are still playing. That's my honest opinion. I have no expectations, brother.
Hashtag Dead Sea. Boom goes the dynamite. Depth, we're at about 15.5 feet. Here, fishy. I wish I was in an ice house right now. Where I'm at in northeast Pennsylvania, we only have like a few inches. I've only been out one so far. Yeah, man, it's been a rough start to the season across the country. Even in Canada, honestly. I mean, they have much better ice now up there than we do, but it's been all over. Yeah, a little bit. It's what they call an El Nino year due to the way that the ocean current is causing differences in temperatures and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's one of those years. Hopefully next year is the opposite, right? We get like a really early ice season and it stays for a long time. I'm a big ice fishing fan.
There it is.
15 feet, way too shallow now. I would tend to agree with you, Thomas, but this is a rental shack that we're in, and so we're not moving it. So yeah, and we don't want to go hop around outside because we want to keep talking to you guys. So we will. We're gonna stay put here. There is a pretty there's a drop off, so it's not like we're just like a 15-foot flat here. Yeah. It definitely drops off, and so we're about, I'd say, towards the middle part of that drop off. So hopefully we get some fish wandering up. But yeah, typically I'd go deeper this time of day. Where do I buy them? 36-volt batteries.
Oh, 36-volt batteries. So ampedoutdoors.com is where you can get all batteries right now. Starting in February, all Shields will have batteries back in stock again. Thorne Brothers, they carry them typically year round. Shields more seasonal. I mean, they'll have some stuff in the summer months, but definitely after February, they'll be getting their product in. But yeah, you can always get them ampedoutdoors.com. They're always available in stock. Fast and free shipping.
Peter's asking about a mini 100 amp hour Lifetime possible in the future.
I mean, we could make that battery smaller. It's just standard group size 31, so they're used a lot in kayaks and everything. So, I mean, really wouldn't have to. I mean, we use Lifetime's not they don't use the highest quality of cells. Let's say they're the components to build a high quality lithium battery cost almost, I would say, probably 3 times of what a Lifetime would cost. That just comes mainly down to the qualities of cells used. So with a higher quality cell, they are going to be slightly bigger and heavier. We could probably make one as small as a group size 24. But I mean, that's kind of I don't know. It's a tough thing with a lot of people who are buying the 100 amp hour batteries want to put them in their standard case, group size 27 or 31 case that they have, and it's a little bit more universal. That's the only reason why we haven't made a smaller 100 amp hour battery.
Will the new green on black color scheme be the standard moving forward?
It'll be pretty standard on our, Travis. It'll be the standard probably mid-summer on all of our larger batteries. It looks great. I mean, we had that at ICAST last year. We had a couple of them. And it just, it takes a while with this new custom mold, to not only get the mold right, but then also to also get the coloring and everything that you want to make that happen. So yeah, we'll have, and it depends on the battery. We got a couple of them now that have the black on the green on black, and there's a few other cases we can't get it in for a while, so it'll probably be midsummer, but that should be pretty standard. Not 100% sure yet if we're going to do it on the smaller batteries. Let us know if you think that would look cool or not. Looking cool isn't always the most important thing to me. I just want to make sure it works and we can get it for you. But obviously, if you want to buy more batteries because it's got a green top on it, I'm all in for that.
Right? Hope they win so the Lions can destroy them in the NFC Championship.
I'd love to see that championship game, another rematch from Thanksgiving. I don't think it'll happen. Jair can go out for the. No, I don't think we want Jair going out for the coin flip again.
36-volt in parallel is nice. If you ever have an issue, you can disconnect one and still fish the day away. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, the likelihood of, so when you're running two batteries in parallel, obviously if you have a problem with one of them, the other one still works. Where if you have three batteries in series, if you have a problem with one, well, now you don't have 36 volts and you're done for the day. So there's that. I can tell you that running 36-volt batteries versus batteries in series, same with 24-volt, you less prone to have an issue on the water. And a lot of times that comes down to like chargers, like with 3 12-volt batteries in series, for some reason a bank doesn't charge, or, it's got a blown fuse or something like that. One of your batteries doesn't charge, the other ones do, then you can run into problems. So yeah, having a 24 36-volt battery, there's a lot of upside to it.
Green and gold battery color. There you go. Maybe if they win the Super Bowl, right?
Right. The Vikings win to do a purple and gold.
Well, we don't need to worry about the Vikings.
We don't need to. Yeah. But you never have to worry about.
Even though I am a Vikings fan through and through, I don't know if that's gonna ever happen. Red Lake only had 12 inches last weekend. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of odd to think about. I mean, we were on 12, 13 inches last week, and on Wenny, just south of it, there was probably, 6 to 8 here, and now there's 12?
I was on 11 in Alexandria. So it's south, what is that, 2 hours south? That's crazy. Yeah, man, late couple winters for sure. Unfortunate for an ice fisherman. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think one shift that I'm seeing in the ice fishing, just especially because of last year and this year, and hopefully it's not always like this, but more and more people are moving to smaller ice castles if they have one, going the portable route, getting flip over sleds, and really focusing on not always getting out with the truck, but like building a Smitty sled so they can hand pull out. And so I think a lot of people are evolving the way that they go ice fishing so that way they can still go out. But it'll be interesting to see how much that changes. But I personally know 3 people that have bigger wheelhouses that have sold them and downgraded to smaller size ones just because they can't get them out on the ice. And so, yeah, it's interesting to see, and it'll be interesting to see how the marketplace changes too. Thought we were mobile. Well, I wish we were. If we were in the core ice house, Matt might have to come back out here to Minnesota, or maybe I'll have to go to Wisconsin in the core shack, and we can just skid around with that thing. We don't even need to pick it up, so maybe we'll try that later this year. Randy's asking, what are your top walleye baits for the season? I remember some of the ones you were running last season. For myself, I would say not much has changed yet. I haven't gotten on to too hot of a walleye bite yet this season, so not a whole lot. I will say one newer bait. I like the Rattlemaster a ton last year. The Rattle and PT spoon from Clam is just like it. So if you can't find Rattlemasters around you or they're out of stock, the Rattle and PT spoon's a good one from Clam. That's new this year from them. But I haven't gotten on that hot walleye bite yet that I found a new bait or baits that work better than anything that I used last year. I did put a video out last year on my top 7 walleye baits. So check that out. That still is holding true to this year. Matt, do you have any top walleye baits for the season?
Not necessarily for the season. I don't know. I've got such a wide variety, but I don't know. It depends on the time of day and everything. But I've had pretty good luck with anything kind of flashy spoon wise. It's probably been my best dead stick lure this year, just only because I am a cold front guy, right? I'm known for my cold fronts, so I like to have a little bit more flashy than loud.
There we go. Stay tuned this year. It'll evolve. We'll get there. And I'm sure we'll come up with some other good ideas too. Did you maybe bring a portable, hey Brad, to do some hole hopping later? I'm only going to be out here for a couple more hours, and then I think Matt's looking to hunker down for the game tonight. So not sure. I do have a hub in the back of my truck that if we really wanted to, we could end the stream and go hop around. But yeah, I don't know if that's in our cards for today. Maybe next time.
Yeah, I will still fish during the game tonight. I'm probably going to have to because I'll need some type of stress relief. But yeah, I'll be out here all night. Definitely fishing, watching, listening to the game, whatever it happens to be. Just coming down with a cold. So I don't plan on hole hopping at all. I think this is nice warm shack is calling, not really calling my name, but it's keeping me hunkered down. Kind of like these fish, right?
Yep. How do you know how much battery you have left on the LiveScope? Matt, how do you know?
Depends on the type of battery. So I always say, if you can charge your battery before each trip, that's great. And know, use our operating time chart to know approximately how much operating time you're going to have. Take it that way. So 30 amp hour battery with a 10-inch screen, about 10 hours, or a 9-inch screen, upwards to 18 hours. It's hard to gauge by voltage like a traditional lead acid battery. It starts off 12.8, drains down to 10.5, and it's done. With lithium iron phosphate, the 12.8 volt batteries, they'll start off at about 13.5 fully charged. You turn your unit on and it'll sit like around 12.8 to 13.1 the whole time you use it. But if you notice that voltage starting to drop, like 12.5, 12.4, 12.3, where it starts to drop more at a rapid pace, you're probably in the last like 5 to 10% of battery life. With the NMC lithium, it has more of a steady voltage drop. So it'll start off at like 16.5 volts, and then it'll slowly drain down until it gets to like 12 volts. So like right now, I'm actually getting probably pretty low on mine because I'm right at about 13 volts in my 48 amp hour NMC. But this is also my 4th day fishing on it with a 10-inch screen, and I only put like 2 or 3 hours of charge on it in between. So I'll probably have to throw this on charge here soon. That's the only reason why I can know about that. But our larger batteries all have built-in Bluetooth for monitoring. And if you weren't on earlier when we were talking about Bluetooth, why they're not in smaller batteries, they have too much of a power draw to be economical and worth it in a smaller battery. So I can tell you right now that the battery that has been charging my laptop while we're doing the stream, quick pull up my app here. You get a lot of notifications. So I've got 2 different batteries right now. That 130 amp hour battery. I can't see, it's up here. So that's at 76%. I haven't used that one. I just didn't get a chance to fully charge it before it came out. It was kind of bring as a backup. My 60 amp hour battery, I try to see, it's kind of hard to focus on. Doesn't want to focus on it. Is about 50%. But what's kind of cool, it's telling me I'm drawing 4.3 amps on it. Just powering my laptop's running 4.3 amps. My battery's at 50%. I have 6 hours and 57 minutes of operating time left on it. It's at 12.9 volts. So it's got all the details on that. And then I can, trigger through all the different batteries. I can put as many of them on here as I want. So kind of a cool feature. That's an all batteries, 50 amp hours and larger.
Yeah, it's sweet. I've got the hundreds in the Core Ice House I'm using this year, and that Bluetooth battery app is awesome. Fantastic. Highly recommend. Professional Crappie Anglers United is saying Kyler Beckman turned me onto your batteries. He is a good guy.
He's good stuff.
Blaine, the fish are like the Packers. What does that mean? Like, are they not going to show up today? Is that what
they're
you're
not
saying?
existent? They show up early and peter off in the middle of the game. I don't know.
What's your bulk discount on 15 amps? Bulk discount on 15 amps.
Bulk discount. How many do you want? Email us. Yeah. If you're a retailer, we've got we work with a lot of retailers across the U.S. If not, looking for something in bulk, it does not hurt to ask, right? So reach out to us. sales@ampedoutdoors.com. That will always go to myself or Brandon. Any sales-related question like that goes through me. So,
Clam Tiki Gold. Yep, I tried a gold lure earlier, and I had about the same amount of success as current. But I think I do have a Clam Tika Minnow, Tika Flash, maybe.
Tika Flash.
That's with. I could go grab out of the ATV. Camping in portables has really taken off. Yes, it has. Yes. Yeah, kind of back to what I was saying earlier. There's just so many people getting out on the ice and making it work. Camping in portables has really taken off. I actually think that a lot of that has to do with social media, taking credit for that. So many people putting out videos and content and pictures and sharing all that stuff. It encourages people to get excited about it. And when you can watch somebody ice camp in a portable, you're like, oh, this maybe not as bad as I thought it was. The foam mats, like, I wish I would have invented the foam, like the square gym floor mats, like 5 years ago. You'd be rich by now. Matt's showing us something.
That's Brian who just said that. Man, I
cover up your face.
Focus.
I think it's trying to focus on your face.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's why. Take my face out of it. But no, Brian, you got a cool setup there, man. Your flooring, like, it folds up. It almost looks like a floor from almost looks like a bowling alley floor, right? It is pretty cool. And I love seeing all the modifications out there like that. That is pretty slick. You got a cool setup, and I'm sure it's about 90 degrees in your shack, and you've already had your lunch.
How's the giveaway work? Well, here's what we're doing. We'll probably stay live here for a little bit longer, but what we're planning on is to catch a fish. In the next fish that we catch, Matt is generous enough to give away a 30 amp hour battery. And the way that we do it is when we decide we're ready to do the giveaway, there will be a word that goes on the screen that you guys will just have to add into the chat. So the cool thing about that is it's completely random. We don't pick somebody, and everybody only gets one entry, so it's equal odds. And you have to be here to win, which is great. So it really allows anybody that's tuning in part of this to stay having an opportunity to win. Good question. Thanks for the info. I'll definitely be trying some rattle spoons for the walleye tomorrow this season. I seen your video last season on top baits. Grabbed a few of those. Good. Awesome. Yeah, well, good luck. Good luck tomorrow with the walleye. I don't recommend 15.5 feet out on Mille Lacs. How do pair hook size to minnow size? How do you pair the hook size to the minnow size? Do you have any advice here?
I can't say I'm an expert in that category. I guess it depends on the size of the minnow that you have. Like today, you had that issue where you think the minnow was too big for the hook.
Yeah.
That would be something where I'm a good Googler. I like to watch videos. I love watching videos on stuff like that, but yeah, it's definitely want to pair it correctly. Don't want too small of a hook on your minnow. Otherwise, like Alex had earlier this morning, the hook just never really got set inside of that fish's mouth and, popped right out. But you don't want to go too big either because, I mean, that'll spook a fish away.
Exactly.
Or kill that bait quick. So
yeah, it's from what I've seen, it's not really a science more than you find the type of hooks that you work best with. Treble hooks obviously are nice in terms of being able to hook up maybe a little bit easier. They're harder to take out. They're a bigger profile as well, so the fish can potentially see it. And so it's that balance of making sure it's big enough, stout enough, sharp enough, and to be able to get the fish, right? But you don't want it so big that it scares the fish away. So it's always a little bit of a gamble. And like I would say, as much as it's hook size, it's also how you hook the minnow. There's a lot of different ways to hook minnows, and so you've got to kind of try to figure out. Like in my situation earlier, I had 2 fish come through, grab onto the bait. I went to set the hook, and it didn't do the pop thing like it normally does when you feel like you set the hook. And so my guess, because neither of the fish got all the way to the top, my guess is that they were just hanging on to the larger size minnow. And the way that fish's teeth are angled is they angle back into their mouth a little bit. And so if they grab on and you're pulling, them being pulled forward is actually driving their teeth and their jaw shut around the minnow. So then if they flap around and end up getting any amount of slack, they can easily open their mouth and get off. And I think that's what was happening, is because I didn't have the hook in the spot in the minnow where they bit it. If they would have bit it in the spot, obviously, that the hook was, that probably wouldn't have been an issue. But it's a good question. I'd Google it, YouTube it. I'm sure there's pros out there that have better advice too. But yeah. Where's Amped Outdoors headquarters and where are the batteries made?
So Amped Outdoors is based out of Hudson, Wisconsin. We do all of our own engineering in-house and within the United States. All production done overseas. There's not a single manufacturer out here producing battery within the U.S. So it's probably not something that we're going to see as USA production of any type of lithium product, but hard to say as time goes on, technology advances.
Any live bait down on those rattle reels? Or live bite, maybe? Bait or bite?
Oh, no. Nothing down on the rattle reels. We're in Minnesota, so we have 2-line limit.
Yeah, we've each got a dead stick type dealio going, and then a jigging rod. Is Matt gonna make a snow angel today?
Packers win, I will.
There you go. He said it.
There's no snow on the ice.
This is true.
Not really.
There really isn't.
They use all the snow on like the quarter-mile radius to bunk the houses.
Christopher, I'm super stoked to receive the 20 amp hour amped battery. You guys rock. I sent the email over for you, Matt.
Sweet.
Awesome. Thanks for partaking in the live stream. We love doing these. Chatting with you guys. We love catching fish when those do happen to come through. Scott, cool, thanks. Might want to start cooking the hot dogs.
Right?
Yeah, we might wrap up here before too long because now I know we're getting to the dead part of the day. And then it'll heat back up around 4 4:15ish into the evening bite, then the overnight one. So we might wrap up here before too long. So if you have any burning, urgent questions, drop them in the chat. Go Pack Go. So you aren't going to catch anything there. So then how is the giveaway going to work? Well, that's up to Matt. Bait, LOL, sorry. Yes, so we do have live bait down there, not on the rattle reels, but on our dead sticks. We have live minnows on those, is what we're using. West Michigan Fishing, Matt, when are you going to start selling the new dirt-powered fuel cell batteries that run forever? Just need biodebris, LOL.
Yeah, we've played around with stuff like, you see like all these articles out there on all this new technology and what is it, solid state batteries, and what's the new one? Not a new one, but like sodium batteries. So built off sodium. And I'll tell you what, like you see these articles and they'll make it sound like this is something that's been around for a long time and we're just not doing anything with it. And there's been a lot of new technology we played with. It's either too expensive and not readily available, or like in our cases, a lot of times like lithium battery, or not lithium batteries, but other battery technology voltages don't match what we need. So 12.8, right? 24, 36. So like sodium batteries are different voltage, plus, we've done discharge tests and sodium batteries are really poor. So it's like, it's great. You can build this battery that'll last you a real long time, like with sodium. But the performance is really poor. They're heavy. They're not the right voltages. So we played around with a lot of new stuff like that. We're always trying to be on the cutting edge of technology, but that's going to take some time. So lithium is kind of the way to go. And I think it will be kind of the way to go for quite some time.
Good question, though.
Very good question.
Spuddle, Alex, are you going to take the wife and kid out in the new wheelhouse this season? Probably not this year. My daughter's still pretty young, so I think we're going to wait another year. She did make it out on the boat though when she was 2 months old. So we're breaking her into the open water fishing first. So we'll see. Maybe this year we'll get a rod and reel in her hands. She obviously won't understand it yet, but yeah. Chantel, I am enjoying how light your battery is.
Thank you.
Awesome. They are light. One of the key reasons why you go to them, if you're portable fishing with like a Vexilar, is like you just can't believe how light they are. Well, Matt, what do you think?
I think we do give away that 30 amp hour battery, huh?
Hey, there we go.
Yep, let's get her.
So we'll do that. We'll give away the 30 amp hour, and I think we'll call it for now. Stay tuned to both of the channels on Amped and my channel on Alex Tim as well. I'm sure we'll go live many, many more times in the future here. And then, of course, videos. Matt put some great videos out about his battery technology and things like that. So stay tuned. I'm going to get a drawing going. So stay tuned if you want a chance to win this 30 amp hour. We're going to say, what do we want the hashtag to be this time?
Go Pack Go.
Go Pack Go. Can't believe this is going on the screen, but it is. So hashtag Go Pack Go. I'll pop it up so everybody knows how I spelt it. And you can just go ahead and type this in. And you will get a chance to win. We'll do a drawing here in a minute or two. So type in hashtag Go Pack Go, one word. It doesn't matter if you capitalize or not. One entry per person. And you can get a chance to win a 30 amp hour Life P04 battery from Amped Outdoors plus a charger. This is a crazy good deal.
I just love all the Minnesota fans having to say Go Pack Go.
Don't do it. Yeah, see, Matt did this so that way he could get all of the Vikings fans to say it. But that's why I put it all as one word, because it's like we don't even know it. It's just a bunch of letters smashed together. It's go back, go. Like, what is that?
I thought you were gonna change it up and do no pack, no pack, no.
No, I should have. Hashtag skull. I love it. Yeah, go ahead and throw a skull in there too. It's not going to do anything for you, but it maybe like balances out the we're not rooting for the Packers. 52 entries so far. Keep them coming. This will be the last drawing of the stream. And then I'm sure as soon as we end the stream, you guys will see us posting pictures of all these fish coming through. I'm kidding. It's probably not going to happen, but hopefully it does. In a video of us doing a catch, clean, cook. All right, we're at 53. Anybody else that's here want to enter, get a chance to win a 30 amp hour battery. We got about 100 people live right now. Go ahead and type her in. I see we're at 54. All right, we'll give it maybe like another 30 seconds here. So type it in now. 55. Man, it's been a minute since I've even seen one.
It was the first giveaway.
Was that?
So 11:40.
Sheesh.
2 hours and 27 minutes ago.
Yeah. Appreciate y'all being here. All right, we're going to hit the drawing. Here we go. Who's it going to be? JD, the guy that's like, I don't like winning anything. He won. Congratulations, man. Congrats on winning 30 amp hour amped outdoors battery and charger. Congrats. Matt will tell you what you need to do.
Yep. Just email sales@ampedoutdoors.com and include your name and address, and we'll get that shipped out. All these batteries will get shipped out Monday morning, so you guys should see them before next weekend.
Congrats, guys. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Matt, for inviting me out. This has been fun.
Too bad not more fish, but
hey, maybe as soon as we turn this off, maybe we'll get some.
You know that's going to happen.
Yeah. So do this. Anybody that's here, if you want to see what we catch, I promise you, I'll be out here for a couple more hours, and then I'm heading off the ice. Matt's going to be out here all night. If we catch anything in the next 2 hours, I will make sure that I post online, either Instagram or Facebook. So follow both Amped Outdoors and myself, Alex Tim, on both of those. Stay up to date on all the other shenanigans we're getting into and all the great batteries Matt has. But follow us over there, and we'll let you know if we get into any other fish tonight, and then maybe a snow angel from Matt if the Packers win tonight, and anything else that he gets overnight. So thank you all so much for being on the stream. Matt, anything you want to say?
If you get out, definitely be safe. Try to get out. And don't forget the Amped Outdoors. You get 10% off if you use TIM10, TIMM10. It's a discount code on their website. For watching this video, you get 10% off your purchase. If you do not want a battery today, be sure you go on there and use that code.
Cool. Thanks all. Take it easy. Tight lines.